Black power. Black power. Black power. I heard somebody wanted justice. So I gotta ask the question. What do we want? And when do we want it? And when do we want it? Say that I agree that Black lives matter. So let's say it together. Black lives matter. Given out of the God, I bear witness that regardless of where, regardless of language, everything is God. I thank God for the practical scripture, and I thank God also for Harry Potter. I thank God for Reverend McKay. I thank God for Denmark Beast. I thank God for Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. I thank God for the Honorable Marcus Mosiah God. I thank God for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I thank God for Minister Malcolm X. I thank God for Dr. King. I thank God for William Pratt. I thank God for unity. I thank God for Thomas Louise, Oakley Thomas. I thank God for every unnamed, unknown black body dropped in the Atlantic Ocean at the bottom of the middle passage. But if I lived to be 1,000 or the rightful age of Ephesians, I can never thank God enough for my mentor and our mentor, a bold black man, a bold, bald-headed black man. I speak of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. On the Declaration of Independence of the United States Constitution, July 4th, 1776. It says, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with one another, and to assume the powers of the earth of the separate and equal station to the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind, that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. The what? The what? This is from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, depriving their just purpose from the consent of the government. That wherever any kind of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter and establish and to institute new government. We need to do that again. It is the right of the people to alter and abolish it and to institute new government. Is there the right? The office or the government to institute new government. Lay foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to themselves seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That would mean And these will dictate that government long established should not be changed for right and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience have shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable than to right themselves. And by abolishing the form to which they are accustomed, but with a long strain of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them to absolute despotism. It is their rights, it is their duty to form this government and to provide new guards for their security. Such has been the patient suffering of these colonies. My dear sisters and brothers who are watching, you African people, dragged from your homeland over 9,000 miles to America, dropped your bodies in the Atlantic Ocean, drowned in the lakes, the rivers and brooks and streams, murdered over 250 million of us, murdered in the African Holocaust, a long strain of abuses. Who is it, may I ask you, has the rights and the duty to form such governments other than the black people of North America? Let me ask you a question. More than the black people of North America in this hour? Are the British bring a man into a under the British in 1776? Is their plight weakened? That's a people look at it. Let me step out here for a minute. He can put the umbrella down. We all right. Black Power. Black Power. Stay with me for a minute. I want to thank Sister Melissa Collins. I want to thank all of the organizers. Give up.
Peace, brothers.
Peace, 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 peace. Can't wait for us to start this. Wait for the man of the hour.
No, you live, so you can talk your talk.
We live already. I'm not looking at Facebook. So
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to say I really don't want to do an introduction twice, but I'll just go ahead and kick the Willy Bobo till he gets here. First of all, welcome everybody to this. I guess you could say this, I guess a leadership expose. A lot of people probably wondering, how did this come about? And full honesty here, there's been a number of things going on in the movement. Lots of questions. There goes the man of the hour. How you doing, brother Shabazz? You are muted. You are muted. Can't hear you.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Let's get down to it.
All right. First of all, welcome everybody to this session of I guess you could say leadership expose. I was saying earlier. And I know a lot of people are curious as to how did this come about? What brought about this level of I guess you could say hot seat? About what was it, Malik? About 3 weeks ago, you and I had a conversation about some of the murmurings that was going on throughout the movement. And I told my brother, I said, listen, Malik, You know, for you to be an elder statesman, I don't want you to be found on the other side, on the outside of the resurgence of the movement. And for you to be an elder statesman with putting in so many years and so much work that you be discounted, because what is going on right now, and everyone will have an opportunity to address their concerns. We'll give you that information here shortly. But what is going on is there's a lot of people making complaints. Alliances are being formed in order to bring about unity in the movement. And some are doing it under the express condition that we will go ahead and unify with Group A or Group B and Group C and all of the groups. But as long as the condition is there is no association affiliation with Attorney Malik Zulu SHABAZZ. That, of course, that's alarming and disturbing, and everybody has their reasons why. And I spoke to Malik extensively about this. Of course, it wasn't a comforting thing for him to hear. And I told him, in this current state of affairs, now in this current way that we enact the movement, there has to be a level of accountability, and pretty much you almost got to 8 Mile yourself. There have been some things that people have brought up that they have never got answers for. There's a lot of inquiry as to the way he moves or has been moving, and has brought some people to some level of condition of alarm. And so I expressed to him that the best thing for him to do is to just have a no holds bar. Hey, fire at me whatever question you want. I will sit in the hot seat and I will answer all things to keep myself accountable to the people. And so therefore we are here now. Our schedules finally aligned, and he agreed that let's do it today. So just want everybody to know, if you have any questions, you can submit your questions via text to 678-504-8871, or you can simply email your question into transparency2022, that's transparency 2022 @protonmail.com. Your questions will be received by yours truly. I will definitely ask the question as it is formed. The condition that I ask is that you be respectful, in your inquiry. Don't submit no long soliloquy, get to the point. I will ask your questions and present them to Malik, and he will answer them. If you want your name mentioned, please affix that too in the email or the text message. So without going any further, let's get into it. Welcome, Brother SHABAZZ.
All right. Good evening, my brother. Desert Eagle, my honor to be on with you.
That's right. Let me ask you, let me just cut to the chase. I have a question that I have to ask you. What is the level of importance for you that this level of exposure, sitting down and just giving the people a full insight into Malik SHABAZZ? What is the necessity and the importance for you to do this?
On one hand, it's very important.
Mm-hmm.
On another hand, it means nothing.
Mm.
On one hand, it means a lot, depends on who I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And on another hand, it means nothing at all to me. And I'll explain that to me. It means a lot to talk to serious and sincere sisters and brothers here who want the liberation of our people, who want justice for our people. And for those who know me and to love me, to hear from me directly, or for many who have heard about me, now you have a chance to hear from me. It means everything for me to talk to my people, no matter who they are, no matter how high placed they are, or how so-called insignificant they may be. But it means nothing to me, my brother, to come on here to try to prove something. I have served in this movement for 33 years. Some of these people who would try to criticize me weren't even born when I started to struggle on the campus of Howard University. I am the OG of this Black nationalist movement. After my father, Khalid Muhammad, and my spiritual father, Minister Louis Farrakhan, I'm here in my 50s and I carry the torch. I'm not here to prove anything to some Johnny come lately, Rudy Poot, just crawled out of their diapers, wanna be Black nationalists, wanna be Black Panther, half baked, half fried. I say sissified, punctified. can't do nothing, can't produce nothing, can't even buy a damn tank of gas. If you think I'm on here tonight to prove something to them, I'm gonna tell them straight up, I don't want to be with you. I'm glad you don't want me to be with you, because I don't want to be with you. My audience is not. As I open up in this fight, I'm coming in strong tonight, not playing at all. I didn't come to lighten up, I came to tighten up. I might not even come to pin the tail on the hunky, I come to pin the tail on the donkey, meaning these dumbass niggas who I will tell quickly that my audience and my following is 40 million Black people out here in America. It is no way limited to 12 or 13 or maybe 22 wannabe Black nationalists in a corner somewhere. So to them, it means nothing. But to my beloved people, God's chosen people, and to a man like you, who I highly respect principle, and to other leaders who would be watching, of whom I know I represent in this movement, I'm honored to be on to answer these questions this evening. Let's get into it. It's no holds barred.
Well, thank you for laying a bedrock of cactus. So it's going to get like as the young folks say, okay, is that the energy you want? Okay, all right. Wow. There was a reason why I asked you that question to start off, because I wanted to see pretty much where your energy was for the evening. And I see that you are in a defensive posture. And, I know you make a lot of critique about those who come after you, like the gall, the audacity for them to question you or to criticize your moves. Now, let's look at that. Yeah, there may be those that come after you, but they're coming along in a time where the relevancy of the approach to the movement may have taken on a different flavor, that sometimes the old head has to understand this is the new way to approach this new audience. See, it's like the scriptures say, you can't put new wine in the old wine skins. There has to be a change of approach. Now, respectfully, I understand how you started with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and you name drop all the others who co-signed you from a time where some may argue that your approach and methodology was good for that season. Now, in this season, in a more fast food, hyper information dissemination type of way, maybe the groove or the energy may be different. And maybe it is necessary for you to have an open ear to adjust. It's just like a corporation. Over time, they may change their name. They change their corporate policies. They change their product even in order to broaden their reach so they can get more of the audience.
Okay.
So what do you say about that? For you to say that, they busted, they broke, I done got to listen to them. And don't you think you alienate yourself from the new blood?
I'm talking to a specific small percentage of persons, very small, maybe half of 1% of what I call the broad mass of Black people. Mm-hmm. So I'm speaking honestly. I'm happy because this tape here will go all over the world. This tape here will go all over. The ones that I said that I'm gonna be firm here.
Right. I'm
not here to prove anything to anybody. Mm-hmm. Less even God Almighty, who I've already proven myself to. Now I will be honored to explain myself to my people, but to those haters who are gonna continue to hate, brother, I could get up here and lift 1,000 pounds with one hand and they would not be impressed. I could knock out Mike Tyson in the prime of his career right here on this video tonight, and they would hate on it. If some people on this line are just born to hate because this is a 400-year-old problem with Black people, we wouldn't be in this condition and having this phone call tonight if Black people wasn't hateful. Some of us, too many of us, hateful, envious, jealous, messy, sloppy, cantankerous, can't get along. So to those persons who are permanently dysfunctional and permanent haters, I don't intend to win them over anyway, but they will get their behinds kicked in the process. Now let's go here. When we talk about, let's see how outdated, let's see if I'm outdated. I think I'm gonna win that quick off the gate. Let's see if I'm outdated or if some of these people in this what I call this 2A movement, or this so-called Black Power movement, let's see if they outdated or if I'm outdated. Okay, let's see. Let's in the course of this conversation, let's see who's really outmoded or outdated. And you might find that your elder statesman is further along the road, moving quick, fast with the modern times than any of these young cats out here squawking and barking.
Okay. All right. So let's get into something else. Because we're going to come back to that, because I will tell you firsthand that, yes, we all understand that there's a faction of individuals amongst us that are social problems in the movement, but there are some that are elite, that have stellar names, but they have a problem anytime your name is mentioned.
I want to know their names tonight, because I'll address them directly.
Well,
I want to hear who they are.
Well,
I want to hear a stellar name talk to me tonight.
Okay. Well, here's the thing with that. As you know, the forum is open again for all of you who have inquiry. All right. If you have questions. Now, here's the thing, y'all. Many of you have approached me prior to this date and even today with a litany of concerns that you had and issues that you wanted to bring to this man. And you wanted, Desmond, make sure you approach this, and Desmond, make sure you, and I told, hey, submit your questions. I don't have the time or the bandwidth to just sit and just listen to a bunch of and just try to retain it. Send your questions in, either text or email. Again, text to 678-504-8871 or email to transparency2022, that's transparency2022 at protonmail.com. Now, let me go into it. Malik, I was told by a person, they said, Desert, the reason why I can trust you in the movement and can feel comfortable with you being a leader is because you are a real person. And I said, what do you mean? They said, well, you're researchable. Your Facebook, your information out there, you're a real businessman. Your Facebook is your actual birth name. We understand you go by Desert Eagle, but that's just for, moving about in the movement and stuff like that or whatever. But you a real person. You have pictures of your family. We know your son. You are tangible. All right. Your presence and it's real to us. The issue is for leaders, and they mentioned you and others. They said these leaders come out of nowhere, have no history, no past, and everything about them is scrubbed. What do you have to say about the, I guess you could say, lack of information as to who Malik SHABAZZ, even though that's not your real born name, who you are as a person, the tangibility of your true existence, and the lack thereof of that information? What do you have to say to that?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Let's hope the answer will be even better. The book of Hosea in the 4th chapter and the 6th verse say, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And it says, and because thou hast rejected knowledge, I, God, will also reject thee. Hosea 4 and 6. I mean, anybody who makes that claim against me speaks to the number one problem out here in this movement. Nobody does their research. Nobody reads anymore. Nobody studies anymore. Nobody is well rooted anymore. When my history is written in black and white. Sure. And if you want to know about a character of a man, judge him by what his enemies say against him. Because you don't know who
you don't want that. Your enemies are saying some stuff.
But not these small-time Negro enemies. Let me tell you this. These small-time little round-the-block Negro enemies is not who I'm talking about. Since I was in law school in 1994, my brother, 26 some odd years ago, I have encountered some of the most powerful enemies in America that have declared me as their enemy. And they have written my history that you can go and read it right now. Go on to the Anti-Defamation League website. And I'm sad to say that most of my history can be more accurately given to you by my enemies than it can be by these haters. Go on the Anti-Defamation League website. They'll track you year after year after year. This so-called racist, so-called anti-Semite, this militant black nationalist that will not change. Overall, how the hell you gotta judge a man by his enemies? Go to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Go to the history that they write on me for 30 some odd years.
Okay, well,
go to the Department of Justice. I'm coming to you. Let me just give you a quick answer, man. Talking about a resume on me. I mean, I respect you, Brother Eagle, but my resume is as long as the Nile. Ain't no resume out here by God's grace longer than mine, but the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's living and breathing on this planet. Go to the Department of Justice. When I was writing my book and I tried to get my FBI file and they promised they would send it, they never sent it. They said I had to pay for it. I sent the money, never got a return. 3 years ago, they said my FBI file was 55,000 pages long. That's what the white man, the enemy, says of me. In this book here, the book of Khalid is my history, my early history, written in black and white, all about it. My father, my grandfather, my mother, all of that. My name is Malik Zulu SHABAZZ. Paris Lewis is dead. I've been Malik Zulu SHABAZZ since the 90s. I've been on this scene struggling since the 80s. I have suffered, been persecuted, been banned, been attacked by some of the most powerful white folks, governors, and police chiefs in America. And so I'm so sorry if somebody is misinformed and won't do their research. I will humbly ask you, just do your research, because a man is known by his enemies, and I got quite a few of them.
Okay, so let me say this. Let me say this. And again, the first question that I asked you set the tone by your answer. And what I want to tell you, brother to brother, is I definitely understand that you're very impassioned about this. There's a level of sick and tired coming out of your bravado, and I get it. I definitely get it. But in a spirit of leadership, for those that do not know you, and even those that you and I have discussed this, that you are accountable to, all right? Some people in your down chain have these very same questions and concerns, but they just haven't voiced it because of out of respect for you or whatever. And they see what kind of onslaught of darts that you deal with when it comes to things like this. But in this forum, let me just caution you that don't let the agitation from your adversaries in conversation dissuade you or put you out of the leadership that is really expected of you even in this forum. So let me give you an example. So let me give you an example. When I noticed that things was taking a certain turn in the NFAC, all right, I was a commander and stuff like that, and general in the organization. When I came from a break, I needed a break, and when I came from a break, I met with my people at a little function at one of the soldiers' houses. And what I knew I had to do was put my people in a place for them to be more comforted with me in leadership. Not that they had a problem with my leadership or anything, but I knew that because of the ascension of where things was going, it was necessary for me to become a real person with them. So what I did with them is I just told them me. All that time, they only knew Desert Eagle. Nobody knew my name. Nobody knew my background or anything. And so what I did, just to make my people understand that I care for them, I just told them who I was. So let me give you an example. You see my Facebook. Ain't no secret. I'm Dean Johnson. I grew up in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, started out at 812 Quincy Street, moved around the corner to 950 Gates Avenue. I went to Junior Academy. I went to PS 13 in East New York. I went to 192 in Hollis, Queens.
Okay, I get you. I get you. I get you.
So hold on. What I'm saying is, make yourself common to the point where you delete the mystique of your leadership. But make your people aware that, hey, listen, I'm giving you an olive branch into who I am. So again, I'm just being a brother to you. So once again, all right? The mystique as to who you are as a person. We understand the moniker MALIK SHABAZZ and stuff like that or whatever, but who are you? You come from California. Who are
Okay,
you?
all right. I get your question. I get your question.
Accountable to the people.
I get your question. I get your question, but I mean, the way I answer it first gives you a major indication, man. I'm totally dedicated. Totally dedicated. This is all I'm going to answer your question. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
It's all I know, brother. It's all I know since a teenager is the liberation struggle. Okay, now I come from Los Angeles, California. Okay, this is where my family is from. Macomb, Mississippi. Macomb, Mississippi is in Pike County, Mississippi, and it's historic for its parts in the civil rights struggle. My mother, who is still with me, left Macomb, Mississippi at 18 years old with her first cousin, and they went and worked in Jackson, Mississippi for Medgar Evers in about 1960 and 61. They worked for NAACP to Medgar Evers before he was killed and before I was even born. My mother then went to Iowa and came to Los Angeles, California. And I was born to a very talented Black man named James Lewis, who was a law student and who was a Muslim and who was killed when I was 3 months old, okay, in Los Angeles, California. And my mother, remarried 3 years later to my stepfather. His name is the Honorable Roy Evans, okay? Roy Evans, he's in Los Angeles, California. And my parents, first of all, my father was a Muslim and is Black conscious. He was killed. His father, my grandfather, is Thomas X, known as Thomas X from the Nation of Islam. Okay, Nation of Islam since 1955. So I have Islam in my blood. Okay, when my mom remarried, my father, technically my stepfather, but my father, Roy Evans, is a giant in Los Angeles. If you go into one of the worst areas in Los Angeles, Vernon and Western, okay, there's a huge building. It's almost a block there, okay? My father owned that for 30 years, okay, called Bridgeback Incorporated. What did Bridgeback do on Vernon and Western?
Your stepfather?
Yeah, this is my father, right, who raised me from 3 all the way up till he passed a few years ago. Okay, his whole existence was reforming addicts and prisoners, and he was known all over California, all the way up to the Nixon administration. And so when I'm coming up as a baby, I'm sitting in the so-called ghettos of South Central Los Angeles, and I'm in these meetings. And on the wall is Malcolm, on the wall is Martin Luther King, and my father's leading these group sessions about rehabilitation, but Black consciousness is in it. My mother went on from being a social worker to now on the other block, down the block. She has a whole block in Los Angeles. I mean, she owns the block, okay? And what does she own the block for? Because she's been for 40 years. She has been educating and reforming some of the toughest gang members, rolling 60s, Bloods, crack babies, for 40 years, one of the best in the state of California. And as a hard-working Black woman that's just dedicated to progress. And I'm her student. And so in the middle of the ghetto, my parents have built institutions of struggle and service for our people and employed Black people and helped some of the most downtrodden Black people in the state, and that's in my blood. And so I come up here in my blood and I live through that and I get to Howard University. And even when I get to Howard University, I'm not real Black conscious because I come from, I'm playing basketball at a Catholic high school. And so I come to Howard University by the grace of my cousins, Pastor Ted Sutton and them in Baltimore. I say, I'm gonna come here to Howard. And when I come to Howard, brother, I get woken up. When I come to Howard University, the political science department and giving me Malcolm X Speaks and the autobiography of Malcolm X, and he teaches me about South Africa and the struggle going on. And brother, it absolutely changed my life. I went from probably maybe a middle class a guy was going head on to maybe going to greatness, Howard University, go on to an average middle class life. I went and I was converted when I came to Howard, when I met Khalid Muhammad, when I met Louis Farrakhan, and I reunited with my grandfather who put me with all of them. Man, it just woke me up. It was a divine experience that God touched me and put me on this path. And many people say where I come from that I should not be on this path, wherever I come from or whatever I'm now as an attorney, that I shouldn't even associate with half the people you say I'm here to answer with. But I here to say God chose me for this. Okay. He chose me for a reason, brother. And that's some of my background. That's some of who I am, brother. And moreover than that, I have a daughter. I have a daughter that's 16 years old. And I'm a great father. I'm a great father, and I have my human struggles in life like anybody else as a man, and dealing with all I have to deal with. I'm human. I'm human, but as Professor James Small say, I'm human living through a divine experience, and I have an anointment and appointment on me that I cannot get around.
I definitely appreciate you for giving that background. Pretty much give a definition to where your passions come from in order to do this. It's a dynamic story. Didn't know that you come from that much of a bedrock of freedom fighters, like that. I mean, from your father, your natural father, to your stepfather, to your mother. So it was pretty much in you. I definitely salute that, because you was somehow or another, you was guided for the path that you stayed on. Now, I have to ask some of these questions. We're going to get more into discussion, but to pay honor to the people who submitted their questions, and there's quite a few of them. All right. So I'm not going in. So far, nobody has submitted their names with their questions, but I'm just going to ask them as they are written. What do you say to people who have left the party? Can they return?
Of course. If they wanted to return, I would be honored. As long as I would be honored, of course. If that, just of course, because spiritually, that's the work here, brother. Did you know the most satisfying work I get in the new Black Panther Party and in the Black nationalist movement is what we call the transformation of life, saving of souls. It brings nothing more to me to see a brother or sister that was lost, that's now been found, or that's going the wrong way, need to be helped in the right way. I mean, I would be more than happy as long as they're not bringing mess back, as long as they're not bringing the same problems that they left with. I know a lot of people got out of the new Black Panther Party for good reasons or bad reasons. I'd be here. My arms are open. That's the main reason why I'm here, man. It's the transformation of life. See human beings' lives change, my brothers and sisters.
All right. Why don't your central committee feel like you are a team player? Many say they find out things through other formations or social media.
I don't know about that, but I would say this. My chief of staff, who is the Honorable Adela Winnie Mandela Nzinga, who I'm very close to. This is my central command. Central committee is something different. That could be 20 people, depending on what's going on. But there's a central command in the new Black Panther Party. The central command is, number one, my national chief of staff, the Honorable Adela Winnie Mandela Nzinga, who is my pulse on the party. And she is very close to me, and we talk every day. And we ride this ship together and organizing this together. Brother Minister Najee Muhammad, the National Prime Minister of the new Black Panther Party, who I speak with at least 4 or 5 times a day, who we work together and coordinate to build this party every day. Brother Major Black, others who have been here. I mean, there's one thing about me now. There's one thing, brother. I work closely with all of those that I'm naming and then some. But there's one thing that may become an obstacle, and that is I'm here to work. And because I'm here to work, and because there's work to be done, there's some people that don't want to work. And one thing I have brought to this movement in the last couple of years, see, remember, I was out for a long time. I'm only here because the Honorable Hashim Nzinga passed from amongst us. I led the party for 13 years. I wasn't leading the party. In the last 2 years, I've become such a subject of conversation. Part of it, my dear beloved brother, is because I do have an aggressive agenda. I am always announcing something and doing something constructive for this agenda. So therefore, when I came back at the helm of the new Black Panther Party, there was, this movement was more about being on the internet and being on the conference call than actually putting programs in the field or being where you're supposed to be around the country. The Honorable Hashim Nzinga was sick. So most of this, what I saw, what they call the generals, they weren't moving around a lot. Not all of them. I'm just saying, just not even the generals, just Black nationalists. They're doing more on the internet than on the ground. So you see me here now, of course. I'm not getting ready to ask anybody, my dear brother, whether I've traveled to 50 some odd cities in the last 3 years building this party. I'm not going to take a vote on whether I'm getting ready to get up and go fight for Black people. That's not what I do. I keep my pulse with my leadership, but I'm not going to sit down, stop working, stop attacking this enemy, stop building, so I can sit around and go through these endless mirage of Zoom calls and conversation calls that these folks out here have. Okay. I mean, there's so many Zoom calls and conversation calls and so little action going. I can understand, you know, why I may rub some people the wrong way, but I'm pretty much inclined to keep going the way I'm going right now. I talk to this. Let me tell you about my working style, though. Let me show you about my working style as a reference to my working style.
But hold on, before you go into your working style, because I want to advise you, counselor. All right. Don't give depositions, just give answers. Okay. I know that's your trained daily style, so it's kind of like that's the way you move. It's almost like asking a preacher a question. They're going to give you a sermon for an answer. I would say,
well, and we got to, and you got to let me get my answers out here because there's depth and there's wisdom in these answers.
Okay. Cliff Notes version.
And there need to be, trust me, because there's always a question behind the question.
Right, I understand that. I understand as you go along, there's definitely, there's a litany of questions that are coming through, and I want to.
We got time. We're gonna be on. I got 2-3 hours. Let's get out.
Now, there was a name that you mentioned, Najee Muhammad, and you know, you said that, and I say this. I love Najee. He's a good brother. He knows that we have fellowship, whatever. You know, I will say this, that the people that I've met in the new Black Panther Party, since I've met you, I've said it openly before, they've been nothing but stellar people. All right. Past things and stuff like that, I don't know about, but my interaction with anybody so far to date has been stellar. I've come to some of your events and stuff like that. I got no problem with the people that I've engaged with. There has been a release, as I shared with you already, about the doctor. I would just say the doctor. I don't really want to say his name. The doctor, and there's a video clip of him making a statement that is quite damaging, and has been come up in controversy and much conversation because of the words that he said. And he said something to the effect that before they move or mobilize anywhere, they let the feds and the CIA know, just as we did for Jena 6. The problem with the statement, the double down problem with the statement, as many addressed, was that Brother Najee Muhammad was standing right there with him at that moment. Now, I've spoken to Najee Muhammad, and I understand, you know, he gave me a reason for that whole thing and told me the aftermath of that people did not see. But when you say earlier, a person can be defined by what the enemies say about them. But what about the company they keep? See, some are looking at Najee, some have Najee was right there. And the cosign of that information saying that they dealt with feds and CIA, and that is somebody, and they've made the distinction that, wait a minute, this is somebody that Malik is in fellowship with and made him his right-hand man. Somebody who's standing there with a conversation saying that they move with notification to the feds and the CIA. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, I have to say that, first of all, let me open up by saying Brother Minister Najee Muhammad is a man that I've known for a long time and a man that I honor and I respect. And I still respect him to this very day. And I'm going to tell everybody why. Okay, I met Minister Najee in 1998, Million Youth March with Khalid Muhammad. He soon became a significant leader in the new Black Panther Party under Khalid Muhammad. When Dr. Khalid Muhammad passed, for many years, Najee Muhammad helped me to build the new Black Panther Party in the absence of Khalid Muhammad. Najee Muhammad traveled the length and breadth of this nation, and he worked tirelessly and sincerely for many, many years through many obstacles. And all those years I know him, my brother, I never saw him with any kind of conduct where I would suspect him to be in any way working for the enemy. Matter of fact, I know Najee Muhammad to be hard on the enemy. I know him to be a sincere follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and Najee Muhammad probably, I don't know for sure, but it's likely that he's probably even killed some of the enemy because he's been behind bars. I don't know for sure, but it's a reasonable possibility. Najee Muhammad to me is the real deal. Now, brother Najee Muhammad in the year 2010, due to, I guess, infighting in the new Black Panther Party and opposition there, he formed the new Black Liberation Militia. It came under other names at first. And so Brother Najee went out under his own leadership. He and I were not at odds, but he was out there, he went out to make his own decisions. So in the course of being under his own leadership from the years, I guess, 2010 till we reunited in 2020, Minister Najee Muhammad may have done some things or encountered some things. He may have he may have been infiltrated by some stool pigeons or some rats, like the man you're talking about. The man you're talking about, you mean Millie, who I have no doubt about. I'm convinced that he is an informant. And so if you say he was in a picture with Najee Muhammad,
not a picture,
or
not a
video,
picture.
he was in a video. He was in a video, but Najee wasn't saying something, but Millie came out saying something, and it sounded crazy, saying that that Brother Najee, I mean, not that Brother Najee, that he's saying that everything he does, he reports it to the FBI, he reports it to the CIA. That sounds like something Millie would do. That was the same man that found me fighting on the front lines in Ferguson, Missouri. And he found me and he sought me out. And every day, the next day, he would appear in the St. Louis press or somewhere saying that the new Black Panther Party was going to kill police officers and they were going to burn, they were doing all kind of stuff, says Millie. It's the same man who now, so he did other actions there and that convinced me that he was an informant. And so if you got him in the video with Najee Muhammad saying something, I would probably say that it's him trying to set Najee up. Najee may have been at any point infiltrated by somebody. I've been infiltrated. I went to South Africa. My brother King SHABAZZ will tell you, when we went to South Africa in 2013, there was a man he insisted we bring Brother Bilal. I said, no, Brother Bilal is a bounty hunter. He collects to bring back people to jail. King Samir said, no, he's okay. He's trained. He's military trained. Hell, we get back 4 years later, goddamn Bilal set King Samir up to get incarcerated, and Samir admits that that Bilal was an agent. What am I saying, brother? Any one of us can be infiltrated for at least a short term, and somebody around us say something or do something that's not from us, it's from the enemy. Okay, so that's probably what happened in that video. And even if Najee Muhammad, even if he just say he was out there and he was he's trying to lead on his own, guess what? He wasn't meant to lead here on his own. Khalid Muhammad left him here to be with me. He didn't leave Najee Muhammad to go out here and make his own decisions, because Najee Muhammad will make 8 of them right and maybe 2 of them wrong. He's a great man, but he's not here to not be guided. He's here for his brother here to help to guide him so he doesn't make errors and end up in jail or prison or doing things. So I say I love Najee Muhammad. Najee is strong. He's committed. He might fumble the ball once or twice, but he's nobody's agent. He's nobody's informant. And that man, I put my life in his hands. Okay. That man will kill for me, and I'll kill for him. Okay,
so staying in this vein of the concern of people having with you and your affiliations, here's a 2-part question. Number 1, where did Akbar come from, and how can you claim that you love Hashim but allowed Akbar back after he spoke so illy of Chairman Hashim?
Akbar is not back, so this must be outdated, but let me just explain this about my brother Akbar, okay? Because Akbar, for many years, since at least the year 2001, I've known brother Akbar, been nothing but a brother to him. I mean, an extreme brother to him. And so when brother Hashim and Zinga and brother Akbar were together, I tried to make sure at all times, if there was any issues between them, that they were reconciled. Yes, there was some conflict between Minister Hashim and Zinga and brother Akbar. Yes, they reported to me even later. I didn't know it then. They reported to me that basically that Akbar was hoping and praying and calling for brother Hashim's death so that he could somehow be the next man after Hashim, that they was on the radio or basically just hoping that Hashim died. So I could see how somebody could send you that text and be mad at me for embracing Akbar when Hashim passed. But I would tell you this, my dear brother, and maybe having a soft heart has been one of my weaknesses. I'm sure it has, because I feel like having a good heart, a soft heart, being a good brother and a helpful brother, that I've been stabbed in the back so many times. Okay, so when brother Hashim and Zinga passed, yeah, I went and embraced all of those some of those that even Hashim and Zinga was pissed with, that had denounced, or they had fired Akbar from the party. I went and got Akbar back, and I'm telling you why, because the party and the unity was more important even than the disagreements. I did not want to come into the situation where Hashim and Zinga passed and immediately the new Black Panther Party fall into a fight over who was going to be in what position.
Therefore, wait a minute. Let's back up for a minute. You said Akbar was fired, correct? Who was he fired by?
By Hashim and Zinga and the Central Committee.
So if Hashim and Zinga is someone that you respected in leadership and the Central Committee, what was it that you saw greater in Akbar than their wisdom and decisions and leadership to get rid of him?
It was the fact that, number one, Hashim and Zinga is a great leader. But let me be honest with you. Okay, at all times, I'm Hashim's big brother and I'm his mentor. At all times, even when he the chairman. When Hashim and Zinga was the chairman, a critical factor in him maintaining his chairmanship was my support of his chairmanship. I fought fires for Hashim and Zinga. I cut ground for Hashim and Zinga. I beat down enemies for Hashim and Zinga. There's some things that the Honorable Hashim and Zinga, who's a great man, that he accepted my advice on. There's some things he didn't. There's some things he was right on and that I learned later. So MALIK SHABAZZ, the soft-hearted man, okay, so I tried to just bring the party together. I felt that if the party was better organized, that if some things were improved and organized, that everybody would get along. And guess what, my brother? I was naive. I was wrong. That's why I'm harder today than I was 2 years ago, because I've been burned. When I came here, people will tell you in the new Black Panther Party that even for 8 months after Hashim had passed, I refused to even be called by the title chairman. I was looking, my brother, I was looking for a chairman because I considered myself to be in another position as the Attorney General, running a legal organization. I'm heavily involved in Black nationalism. I honestly, no lie to you, I considered it to be a step backwards to go back to being the chairman of the new Black Panther Party. So I was looking to see who I could trust in leadership that would work with me, that just had the respect for me, they just had the respect for my experience and my guidance. I was looking for a vice chairman or co-chairman or even if I could have been established in another position of authority. They could
And you saw that characteristic in Akbar?
No, look, I'm looking, I said.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking. I'm talking to God, right? And I'm looking at the party.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I looked at many people. I looked at Brother Yakanam Ben Yao, the People's New Black Panther Party. I come here, I say, this thing is divided. This thing is scattered, Malik. I say, I don't want nothing to do with this scattered mess. Let me try to bring it together. Mm-hmm. So all my moves are healing moves. So I try to look at these brothers and say, you know, if I can work with them and trust them, they can have more leadership. If they want the spotlight, they can have it. If they want the rostrum, they can have it. If they want to look, you know, I'm an attorney, right? Half the time I got to wear a suit and a tie out here. If they want to be the hardest, coldest black beret, everyday militant, man, I will be your manager. You know, I need people, but I got to have them so I can trust. So what happened is that just at a short point in time, I realized that I couldn't trust the people. Well, I couldn't trust Akbar, since the question was asked about Akbar. I couldn't trust the brother that I have given everything to and have saved his ass all of his life. And I can't tell you how disappointed I am in him, because he is so needed right now. And I have all of this weight on me, but he didn't have the character. He didn't have the moral character. And therefore he's the loser. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna close. Hold on, because I ain't never spoke on this. But I'm man enough to say that I was hurt by that betrayal. And because of that, nobody even know his name today. Because of that, he's wandering out here. Because of that, when God had it set up for him to be a heavyweight leader all over America. And so, my brother, I won't be making the mistakes no more. I've given out too many helping hands, too much forgiveness, too much money, and Negroes have burned me. And that's why you see me in kind of in the posture I am tonight, because I am tired and I am taking a stand.
Okay, so now, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it definitely goes down a vein of discussion and inquiry based on a lot of these questions. Many of the questions that have been sent in have to do with the decisions that you've made in leadership that have brought you to this level of frustration. For example, just what you said about Akbar. Now, again, the way you laid it out, I listened to you, counselor. You said that Hashim in his leadership and the other members of the committee saw something in Akbar where he was credited to be discredited, fired. You said, you meditated, you even said, I talked to God looking for somebody. Somewhere in that wisdom, you decided, let me bring Akbar back. Now, when you brought him back, fast forward, here we are today, you're sitting in the seat of regret. Maybe he was never meant to be who you thought. You said just now passionately, oh, he could have been this, but maybe he was never meant to be that.
Obviously.
But you in your leadership felt this is the way we should go. You went against the wisdom of the leadership that was in place at the time and brought somebody back that they discredited that wasn't fit for the movement. And now you sit here with the regret of those decisions. And this is why some are asking the questions that they're asking.
Things happen because they never been in leadership, brother. If you ain't never made a wrong decision in leadership, you haven't been in leadership. the nature of leadership. This is not no exact science.
That's
where
true.
everything you put down finna be successful. You trusted yourself. You had KJP was your right-hand man, and you said he would, and you brought him to me and put him on camera with me.
Whoa,
A week or so later, maybe the next night, maybe the next night,
man. He was
the next night, you said, this nigga is crazy. You said I was totally wrong. You can't predict these people. You and me both know. You can't predict the character of the people in the movement we dealing with. They have fooled me and they have fooled you. They have fooled Babu. They have fooled Nick Bezel. I just had a man embraced as my brother. I had banned him for 4 months and I embraced him back as a fellow leader and my brother. It wasn't but 10 days later when I realized that I was a damn fool for embracing him again as my brother because he clowned me again. Am I gonna sit here and condemn myself as a leader because I tried to give a black man an honest chance? Come on, brother.
No, to that I understand, but so let's to that I understand because I've been.
I do the best I can to evaluate somebody's character. Did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad make a mistake by backing up and exalting Malcolm X? And later on, Malcolm X is on TV going against him and becoming a big problem for him. Later on, wasn't Elijah Muhammad scratching his head over Malcolm X? But wasn't God behind him and Malcolm X hooking up? It happens with Huey Newton, Eldridge Cleaver. Huey exalted Eldridge. Huey was the right-hand man of Eldridge Cleaver. Later, Eldridge Cleaver broke loose on Huey Newton, called him Uncle Tom, destroyed his organization, started a war between the Panthers and the Black Liberation Army. We're gonna knock Huey Newton because of what Eldridge Cleaver did?
No, but what I'm saying to you is the difference is you had some insight as to what even others around you saw about this brother. That
I saw the good in my brother. I saw the good in my brother.
Even the people that we let go and kick out, there's some level of good in them, but not all of them are fit to serve in the capacity in which they are. And maybe that's why he was removed. But again, we're not going down that road, okay? Here's another one for you. Why did you take Ahmaud under your wing after all of his allegations?
Because I love Ahmaud Muhammad. I love Ahmaud Muhammad. I couldn't tell you more on this phone line that I love that young man, and he is a good young man. And allegations by who? Allegations by who? The white court system of white America? Let's just say Ahmaud made a mistake 20 years ago in his life. Let's just say he did. Brother, didn't I read in the book of Luke in the scripture where they was talking about the parable of the lost sheep. And Jesus said that I would rather leave the 99 sheep that was safe and go after that one which was lost. Okay. So look, I'm here to tell you, look, my work, I don't know about y'all 2A experts. I respect y'all. My work is with felons. My work was a Nation of Islam is 1/3 of the population come out of prison. Okay, so I'm not uncomfortable working with somebody that has either been accused of a crime or committed a crime, as long as they have shown that they have sufficient remorse and rehabilitation. You know, and I have no problem telling you that Brother Ahmaud Muhammad, to me, he represents God, brother. He represents a man that fell and got back up, and he's an example of the work I'm trying to do, which is mentor and help young black men to be in the liberation struggle and not written off because of something on their criminal record. That make us no better than the white man.
Okay. This right here speaks to the work that you do. We all know that you're an attorney, MALIK SHABAZZ. Okay. So it's a two-part question. Well, just listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
Why haven't we seen him in a court proceeding, i.e. trial, ever? Is he a trial attorney? Is he an injury attorney? And what's the last case he's won in court?
Okay, you have to come to court. I mean, is you following me to court or something? I mean, these Negroes kill me. They want it one way or the other way. Is he a trial attorney or injury attorney? First of all, injury attorneys go to trial when the cases don't settle. police cases go to trial if the cases don't settle. And I've tried all those kind of cases. Okay, so God damn it, I'm a trial attorney. You come to hire me and your case got to go to trial, it'll go all the way to trial. But let's dig into it further. Let's deal with some of these Negroes here. If your personal injury, if let's just say if you
you don't have to go into
why would I be knocked? Why would you knock me? Just to say they criticize me for having money. That's what I'm criticized for, right? I don't know how you criticize somebody. He's got money. And we say we for Black business. If I went out and was successful in a business field of law called personal injury, which I plan on being much more successful in, actually. Mm-hmm. You think I'm doing it now, wait till you see it tomorrow. What would be wrong with that? Okay. What would be wrong if I went out and just say I got $50 million through personal injury cases? What would be wrong with it?
Nothing.
Have you ever seen?
But hold on, but wait a minute. Hold on, Malik. Hold on. Let's bring it back to the person's question. I understand all of that. So what you pretty much say, you are a trial attorney. That's correct. The next part of the question is, what is the last case you won? Last
case I won was Meredith v. Prince George's County. Okay, Meredith v. Prince. I just went on that earlier this year. I changed the law in my jurisdiction. Lionel Meredith v. Prince George's County, wise guys. Okay, and this law actually changed the law in my area in terms of what the Prince George's County Police can do or cannot do in terms of arresting a person, okay? And that's the last case I won. That was just earlier this year in Prince George's County, just for stopping a Black man. I just won the goddamn case. Just won him $100,000 in court. I've won the Darius Robinson, Oklahoma case. He's assaulted by jail guards. I mean, what was that? How many millions was that? I mean, brother, I'm not finna run down my millions because all they're gonna do is flip it on me. If I'll tell you the cases I've won or the cases I brought to resolution, I'm a litigator, man. I'm a litigator, okay? That means I go through all the steps of litigation when you're going all the way to trial. Depositions, hearings, motions, it's work. And the only thing, my brother, that is, the only thing that has impacted adversely on my legal career, whether it's civil rights or injuries or helping brothers and sisters in jail or just being the awesomest attorney I could be. The only thing that inhibited me, fooling with this movement.
You and I talked about that very thing, about the ability for you to do what you do in the movement while still keeping your accreditation with the system in which you are under oath to. Could you just go ahead and explain people how you are able to do that? And if there has ever been any kind of, I guess you would say, negative reaction from your peers and the system in which you are, in oath to by being a lawyer?
Okay, well, let's talk about oath. The Honorable Khalid Abdul Muhammad said that Malik Zulu Shabazz is not an oath taker. He's an oath faker. He also said that as Black people, you cannot lie to the devil, okay? So what he's saying is that Khalid Muhammad, okay, this just resonate on that. Khalid Muhammad specifically backed me into becoming an attorney so I could be his attorney. And later I could go into court and with attorneys Roger Wareham and the other, he's losing his name right now, but Roger Wareham and others, and defeat the city of New York and Rudy Giuliani in some of the most critical constitutional cases of First Amendment rights that allowed Khalid Muhammad to gather in New York. And that's what me becoming an attorney, that's what me going through some ceremony is. This is what this affords me. It affords me to defend freedom fighters. It affords me.
But hold on, wait a minute. Now, when you say it affords you to defend freedom,
affords me the chance to defend freedom fighters like Khalid Muhammad.
Okay, so because of that, one of the biggest arguments has always been Malik is an attorney that doesn't benefit the movement.
Okay, but let's stop there. Let's
Go
stop.
ahead.
Before you go further, let me get on this oath stuff. Then we're gonna talk about what I do.
Right.
Let me just clear up on this oath thing. Just the concept of becoming an attorney.
Right.
Because some of you, not you, Brother Desert Eagle, but some of you who are listening, you are absolute complete fools out there.
Malik.
Excuse me. Let me talk to who I got to talk. Now, I didn't say it, not you, brother. I'm only talking to the fools. Only. I said some of you, right, and those who know who I'm talking to. It's crazy. They criticize me for being an attorney. And so the question is, do you want the white man representing you? The next question is, Khalid Muhammad was offered by Silas Muhammad, the leader of the Lost Foundation of Islam, to go to law school and become an attorney. And in my book, Khalid Muhammad asked me, should he accept Silas Muhammad's offer to go to law school and become an attorney? Because Khalid Muhammad himself was willing to become an attorney. Huey P. Newton, Dr. Huey P. Newton, was on his way to becoming a lawyer and had taken all the steps and on the way to becoming a lawyer, because the greatest Black Panther, greater than all y'all Black Panthers out there talking, wanted to become a lawyer. I come in the vein of Charles Hamilton Houston. I come in the vein of the Honorable Johnny Cochran. I come in all of them veins. And I say the only thing that is even taking too much of my time up is being, I guess, zealous and faithful enough to give so much of my time to Black nationalism. How the hell they gonna say?
Malik,
hold on.
Hold on, wait a minute, brother. I understand.
How the hell they gonna say that what I do don't benefit the people?
Hold on,
listen to this. How you gonna say that my law don't benefit the people?
It's not, okay, let me explain to you.
When all my money, hold on 1 second. When my money from my legal practice bought your gas, bought your car, bought your hotel, bought your plane ticket, bought your arena, bought your stage, bought your sound system, bought you that when you cash apping me in the midnight hour, getting this and that, like I'm a human government. Nobody give me donations here. Okay, nobody pay my way.
Malik, take a breath for a second.
All my money is
Malik, let me answer that. Let me say something to you in response that you can understand as a counselor. You know what you said, and this is just me listening. And remember, I've had these conversations with many of people that have these thoughts or whatever. I don't have that direct impact. I've never been a new Black Panther Party member, this, that, and the other. I'm already, financially sufficient, whatever. I haven't felt I have no things for you to represent me on. So I don't have a dog in that fight when it comes to how you do and whatever you do. But I will say, when you say the things that you say, and that's why I told you, I cautioned you against your agitation to this level of inquiry, because when you just said what you said, first you said you're in the vein of this, the thing about it is, are you in the right vein? For me, for example, for what we do, all right, we understand that you're a great litigator, and if it goes to trial, that means the litigation, it didn't work out well, so now it got to be fight. You got to fight to get the end result. That's fine. The thing about it is, for what we do, the level of protest, two-way, this, that, and the other, for you to be an attorney is about having the right attorney. Like, I wouldn't, if I got in trouble in bail and this, that, and other, I wouldn't go to a trust attorney to handle this criminal situation. So we understand the things that you've done tangibly in the way of gifts. You sound like a father with a child and child support. No, I take care of my son, my daughter, because I do the, sir, that's gifts. That's not provision according to the way we look at it. So according to the way the movement looks at your validation as an attorney, what good is it if you cannot stand in representation for a criminal matter to help those who've been either incarcerated, all kind of different things, fines, whatever, in the name of the movement? The type of attorney you are registered as is the reason why people are saying your level as an attorney, though you do things with the proceeds of the type of attorney you are, your litigation ain't for speaking up for those in the movement.
And they're dead wrong. And they're dead wrong. And they dead wrong. And they sound silly. I mean, I can't believe
how many people have you represented?
Let me just let me answer your question, brother. Because I mean, it's because these people are so silly.
Right.
It's just silly. Now, because are you saying because I'm not a state criminal attorney in Arkansas, because I can't go in and defend you on some criminal charge you got on in Arkansas, that somehow that's some deficiency attributed to me?
No,
I'm a
no,
civil.
no. Hold on.
I'm a civil, brother. I'm gonna be clear. I'm a civil attorney, and there's great value in being a civil attorney. Let's leave injuries aside. Let's go to constitutional law. Let's show you what I do with my law practice and how much it benefits the people and how silly my critics sound. First of all, right now, I'm the attorney for the Emmett Till family. Okay, so all of my critics eat that. No, just let me say what I got to say, brother, because I'm telling you, man, I understand your advice, but I'm telling you here, brother, I want my take I'm going to give it to you the way God gave it to me today, brother. I'm tired because I'm not going to be around here amongst this little small crowd to be, and I do say it's small and compared to the broad mass of our people, trying to please a few little folks that ain't doing nothing, when I'm getting messages and emails every day of love from Black people all over America. I'm on the rise, Black man. So now what I'm telling you here is that my value as a civil attorney is great. I'm the attorney right now for the Emmett Till family. I'm the attorney right now that's on the point to get the murderer or the attempted, kidnapper, may be involved in this murder, Carolyn Bryant Donham, brought to justice. That's one of the strongest representations in America right now. That's one of the biggest representations any attorney could have in America. God gave that to me and gave the family to me. Let's think about that.
Okay, well, hold on.
Hold on, my brother. On the 30th of August, no money involved at all. I got to go to Lexington, Mississippi, because a racist police chief that we all saw, John Dobbins, got on there and admitted that he had shot 13 people and admitted that he could fix cases and he was a liar and he would show how his officers how to kill in cold blood. And he said, I shot that nigga 119 times. Well, who is it that is going there to open up the National Civil Rights Investigation and to spend his time and money into investigating and digging up all of his 13 killings and all of his arrests in his department and everything that's dirty out of his department, ain't getting paid a dime for it? That's Black Lawyers for Justice. That's my organization. The same organization that fought in federal court to defend the dozen or so protesters who was beaten and knocked down to the ground in Ferguson. Nobody would take their cases when the police was dogging and fire hosing people. It was SHABAZZ and Latimer and Reggie Green of Black Lawyers for Justice that fought all of their cases and fought the racist city of St. Louis down to the bone over demonstrators. What the hell are you talking about, man? I feel like choking the life out of some of these niggas when they talk crazy to me, man. Talking,
all right,
brother,
okay.
My life is for this, brother.
Hold on. I will say this.
I fought appeals. I fight a criminal appeals. You want some criminal action? If you are convicted, I will fight your appeal. I will do that. If you are convicted in state court or federal court, and you want a habeas corpus, and you want an appeal anywhere in the country, and you're willing to, and you gonna pay for it, I'll do your appeal. Because you're gonna have to be a revolutionary like Babu Omawale or Nick Bezel or Desert Eagle or General Ghazi or Nasi or somebody like that, you know, for me to just be just picking it up for free, man. But I'm telling you, brother, I don't understand it, man. I'm completely dedicated, almost to a flaw. My only problem is I give too much time to the Black Power movement.
All right, so I'm a couple things I'm gonna defer right quick. because the questions, they're raining in, and I think a lot of people are definitely drawing off of your enthusiasm. So there's a question that came about. First of all, I'm gonna let everybody know these are questions coming in from you all, the viewing public. All right, these are not my questions. Malik and I have good rapport with each other. I have no issues with him as a person, as a brother. I've said this in many Zoom calls out publicly and everything. Go to his functions, the whole bit. That's my brother. Now, these are questions and concerns that come from the audience. All right, I am reading them out of respect for anybody that sends in these questions on email and blowing up this text thread. I'm just asking them. Now, to the point, somebody had made a mention about you being an attorney and the things that you said thereby and the services and stuff like that. You being a civil attorney. I understand you broke down the Emmett Till situation, whatever.
Civil rights.
Well, hold on.
Civil and civil rights attorney.
Okay, but there's a name. I'm gonna just say one name. And I want you to explain to everybody where you stand with this and the representation thereof, or why there was none. And that name is Ozone.
What about Ozone?
That's what
What
people
about
asking.
it?
Like,
What they asking?
pretty much, where was you in the representation of your attorneyship when it came to somebody like defending Ozone?
I talked to Brother Ozone last week, and I talk to Brother Ozone all the time. I'm actually helping Brother Ozone, but I'm helping him in ways that Ozone himself has told me not to mention or talk about. He might not even approve of me even saying what I just said on this telephone. So, on this phone line. I have raised funds. I'm the only one out here, not the only one. I know I've raised funds for Ozone. I know these people talking and ain't raised a dime for Ozone. I remember right before the hip hop summit, and I raised about $5,000, including about $2,500 right off of me. And I could not even afford it to do that. And I did it because I love Brother Ozone. I speak to Brother Ozone, and I'm committed to Brother Ozone. And in the ways that Brother Ozone is telling me, there's ways that he's not telling me anything. I'm helping Brother Ozone. That's all I can tell you, y'all. If you believe otherwise, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm helping him greatly, and y'all should help him more. So that's it. I'm helping Brother Ozone. We're helping more. I did all kind of things with Ozone. I had him all kind of black attorneys. Before he got these attorneys he had now, I had all kind of efforts to get him black attorneys. Everybody was scared of Ozone's case. Every time we got ready to sign up a black lawyer with death penalty experience on him, it was somehow or another a heart attack or something happened where it never would happen. And so it's wise for me, sisters and brothers, who is a strong and has a strong representation, it's wise for me not to be directly helping Brother Ozone right now. I might not be the right attorney to be openly affiliated with Brother Ozone, but never doubt my commitment to Brother Ozone, Brother Hannibal Rushadeen, who's behind bars, my little brother, free Hannibal, who's locked up in New York State, wrongful incarceration, free Hannibal. I have not forgot about Amin Radell Hurd, who I'm fighting his cases for being beat down by jail guards. I'm right now pursuing his cases in my law office. I don't be out here saying what I do every day, brother, but it just kind of disappoints me that people would always want to infer the negative instead of assuming the positive. There's like an inference,
right?
There's an inference that somehow or another that I'm not by some that I'm not on the level. And somehow or another, as in tonight, it ain't never proven. The case is never won. So how about just supporting me so we can try to get out this condition? I'm only here for a limited time. I would hope people would take a different position and say, well, let's take advantage of what he had to offer while he was here, because once he ain't here, what position we gonna be in? And if Malik ZULU SHABAZZ wasn't here, what kind of condition would the new Black Panther Party be in? What kind of condition would the Black Power movement be in? It's rough now. I'm here to tell you right now, if I wasn't here on the scene and Hashim had passed and I passed up on the job, you would have absolute, utter, total confusion and chaos.
But hold on to that point, and
you would have nothing but confusion and chaos.
To that point, Malik, there has been a large criticism from those both outside and very much inside the party that look at its condition right now and call it real slapstick. But we're going to touch on that in a second. I want to get into this other question. It has to do with your local involvement there in DC. And the question is, dealing with Antoine Gilmore in DC, why did you feel the need to go to Howard University that has government support versus attending a protest and helping the family of a young man that was shot sleeping in his car? Even after going to Howard, why didn't you come back to support afterwards and bring his men to support the people on the ground less than 20 minutes away? There are a few questions dealing with your
sounds silly. Whoever asked that question, you sound silly. I'm going to tell you right to your face. I hope you watching. You sound silly, questioning me on where I'm going and why I'm going and how I'm going. Okay. If I choose that I got to go to Howard University and you say I didn't go somewhere 20 minutes away, will kick rocks. Because whatever decision I made, it was the decision I should have made. I support the Howard University students. That's my alma mater. We supported the student revolution. The new Black Panther Party pitched out, camped out in tents and all of that. And I supported Gilmore. But it means nothing to me to tell me that on a certain day I didn't attend a protest or something. You sound like a nitpicking punk, whoever's saying. You sound like a little punk asking that punk ass question. I supported Antoine Gilmore. I'm known in my city. I'm not even trying to brag, man, but I'm in my 50s now. I'm finna lay the record out tonight, man. I'm a legend in my city for fighting for my city. Not that I've been perfect in my city, but ain't no new jack gonna come around here telling me about my city and what I should do in my city. And let me raise another point while I'm here, man. I respect all my brothers from the military. I do. But let me tell you this, ain't nobody from the United States military is finna get up here and try to criticize me and try to act like I got to prove something to somebody in the US military. Somebody that has stood up on a line and saluted the American flag, has registered to be a part of the largest police force in the world, which is the United States Army, Air Force or Marines. It's all the white man stuff. Have lined up, put this cracker's patch on, saluted his flag, sworn by everything, and fought for the goddamn United States of America, and gonna come around here in a few 3 or 4, 5 years, and as an ex-member of the United Snakes military that has bombed Libya, bombed Iraq, bombed African people all over the world, and you wore a uniform for this devil, and you're gonna come out here and now try to judge me, and I ain't never saluted this cracker, not one day in my life? You're not my judge. I'm your judge out here in this house. Now, I'm not saying this about all my military brothers, because some of them, the ones that are sincere, and you bring your skills over here, I love you. The ones that are sincere out of the Army, the military, I love y'all. Matter of fact, I study you and I honor you. But it's not my burden to prove to you that I'm authentic. It's your burden to prove to me that you're not still working for the United States government, the military, and police. I ain't never been no damn police officer. Okay, so let's just put this in perspective to those of you who are coming at me. And I don't mean to knock any of my brothers that are sincere, that just went there for training, and you don't like the white man's army or military. You sincere about this. You sincere, we brothers. I want to learn from you. I want to study with you. I love General A.J. Frazier because he's humble. And he learned a lot of skills over there. And I study him. He's humble. And others I study from, and they're humble. But I'm telling you, those that are not humble, you need to be humble. You have worked for the United States military, the largest police force on the planet. You are not my judge.
Well, to your point, as a ex-military man who actually served in the infantry, I don't take offense to that, because I've heard that argument before. I remember I visited Queens when I visited home, Queens, when I was, I think I was on leave or something. And one of the old cats around the way said, hey, listen, pretty much made that same argument. That was before the days of my awakening, and presented that argument to me. And I was like, damn, I never thought of it that way. But he said, same thing like you said. He said, but take those skills, bring them back to us, and let us know how the enemy will mobilize against us if it ever goes down. You're like an inside man. Bring that knowledge to us and help us be better so we can defend ourselves. So I get your argument. I don't necessarily see it as an infantryman that served in this country. I don't necessarily see it as a disrespect. I understand both sides of the argument. So let's move on to another part of that question about your service in your hometown. Why have you failed to support the people in DC where you live and have an office, and is reluctant to be apprehensive in dealing with situations there on the ground? Karan Hilton, Antoine Gilmore, and now Kevin Hargraves Sherd, all of these things going on in DC, but only talk about national headlines when you have issues at home.
Because I'm a national leader. Okay. And when I'm a national leader, and my schedule has been taken up for 20 some odd years, and I'm in all kind of states. I got active cases in states around the country, and I got work and business around the country, and I'm dedicated to my hometown. And so just because I'm not on the cases that you say you think I should be on, what do you want me to do? All them cases got lawyers. Antoine Gilmore got a lawyer. Kyron Hilton got a lawyer. I'm not a demonstrator. What you want me to do? Run out here with a picket sign?
Hold on, Malik. You're not a demonstrator?
You go out there.
Whoever wrote that question, you're not a demonstrator?
Look, whoever, hold on. No, I'm not. I'm an organizer. I am nobody's demonstrator. I'm an organizer. I would get to it. We'll get to it, scientists. Okay. Let me answer this silly question though. Did you bring me the case? Did you bring me the Karan Hilton case? Did you bring me the Gilmore case? When you who are criticizing me in this movement, you got to bring me the cases. You bring me the cases, I will be the lawyer. Or y'all can go out there and run behind the lawyers. You run behind Ben Crump, run behind the lawyers. But I'm not running out here behind every case, man. I got all kind of work I'm doing here in the district. That's just your work that you think should be done in the district. Most of these people know nothing about the District of Columbia. Once again, I'm a legend in my city for struggle. I got much bigger. The new Black Panther Party, #1, is very strong in Washington, D.C. This is my chapter. This is my group. This is the ones that they just said that ain't nothing going on in D.C., but yet they criticize us for being on the campus of Howard University during the revolution, just said we didn't do something else. So which one is it? I am the supervisor of the National Youth Minister, Brother Elijah Divine, right here in Washington, D.C., who's one of our most brilliant members. We meet every week. Ain't nobody else meeting up in here. Ain't no other Black nationalist group meeting up in here on no regular basis. You running around with a uniform on, but you ain't organizing up in here. The National Field Marshal, Brother OC is up in here. There's military training in Washington, D.C., top defense training, survival training,
hold on,
active.
Hold on, Malik.
New Black Panther Party, Washington, D.C., under my direct leadership is one of the strongest units in the country of all units. We strong here, got snipers, preachers, we dope, we strong. I don't know where this is coming from.
All right, Counselor. I want you to listen to something.
Sound like haters, sound like a hater, I know.
Wait a minute.
Sound like a buck dancing, boot licking. Look, listen to this. Sound like a buck dancing, boot licking, half baked, half fried, wanna be Black nationalist leader, I know.
Get it off your chest.
Okay, sounds like a handkerchief head, boot licking, buck dancing, half baked, half fried, soft on the enemy, wanna be Black nationalist so-called leader that I used to know.
Okay, so I'm just going to read something to you that you are familiar with. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Just listen, Counselor. Listen to
yes,
the
sir.
word. All right. I will let you know when is your time to give retort. All right. If you take some time from your book and reach out to the family and investigate along with us, you may be able to find some type of violation. That's your job. My job is to provide protection and push for justice by finding people like yourself and other politicians who can put in action. I've spoken to council members and news reporters, and they seem to feel like this is worth addressing. What's your problem? To which you responded, I have been practicing law for 26 years. My rules and protocols are what they are. I don't chase the camera or social media. As far as this case is concerned, I would need to speak to witnesses. I can't comprehend why the urgency to be in front of the camera rather than gather facts. That's not what I do. If I had no book, I would not rush. What's the rush in that regard? If you have witnesses, I will speak to them. I routinely investigate police killings in the area. I investigate and prosecute cases. I never jump out and be in the media unless I know my facts. Now, hold on. Before you comment, now remember,
Okay.
you just finished saying, all right, you're national about the whole thing about the domestic part in DC and this, that, and the other, and they got lawyers, whatever, not being involved, whatever. But in your response, you said that you would investigate, that you would talk to witnesses and such like that. What do you have to say about this thread of communication? And
I would say that sounds like me. That's pretty much my protocol. Well, brother, do you know I get hundreds of cases every week emailed to me? That sometimes I have to sit down here and just take hours out to sift through it, to say no, research, get back to them, ask them this. I mean, it's at an all-time high right now, especially with recent events. Okay, so I think that specific text was an invite to a person to I'm telling them, look, I'm not interested in the news conference. I'm not interested in jumping out here. I need to know facts. That's what I do, brother. I get facts, and talk to me with witnesses. Don't just define my stance as come to the demonstration or be on the news conference. You know, that's not me. That's just not me. They call me all the time. Let me tell you about this media thing. Some people, if they go crazy, they say, well, he's in the media, he's in the press and all that. Now, Sister Collida, who I love very dearly, my chief operations officer was here, she would tell you, these media call me, brother, every week, sometime every day, multiple times. They want to talk to me. They want to interview. They want to Zoom. And I won't even answer. I'm talking about big media, people that I needed to get in. Will even answer. Believe it or not, I don't give a damn like my teacher. I don't care nothing about your camera. I don't care nothing about your news. I'm born to give the white man hell from the cradle to the grave. Look, I'm here. You tell me about a case. Give me facts. Give me witnesses. Tell me what's happening. Show me you serious about the case. Bring me the reports. Let's get down to work. I don't just run out here because they say the police shot somebody and you just run out here. I don't know what the hell happened. Because when you get in cases, it's serious. When you get in cases and you sign up for them, it's serious. So I'm about my work, brother. I'm about my work. I'll make no apologies about my work. Nobody tells me what to do and how to do it. They can ask me if I can, I will. I'm a professional at this. This is professional. And what I do and take and don't take cannot be judged by amateurs. The amateurs that are writing. They're just amateurs. They're laymen.
all right, we're going to take a little bit of a shift because there's some things I want to get into about some of the things that have happened here recently, but we're going to get into a little bit of shift, like I said, in respect to the questions that are coming in. I don't want people to think I'm, not paying attention to their questions, but everybody has a question for a reason. All right. Have you ever messed with a white woman, and do you know your stalker personally?
I mean, we must be getting to the end of the interview. Have I ever messed with a white woman? Have I ever?
Out of respect,
okay, fine.
Asking them.
Brother, as God is my witness, and in the name of my father, James Lewis, okay, I have never touched, talked to, communicated with, ever even winked my eye at, ever even spoken to in a friendly manner. No blonde hair or brown hair, blue-eyed, pale skin, buttermilk complexion, ironing boy, backside, syphilis, gonorrhea carrying, subject to have the itch, just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe, white cave bitch. I mean, we wasting time on here.
Right.
I mean,
that was okay. Here's a subject matter.
They might be stalking me, brother. They might stalk me.
All right.
They might stalk me, brother. Let me just say, so let's just deal with it. Okay. I've been in my I used to have a convertible Mercedes-Benz, convertible S550. When I would drive, sometimes the white women would come in my DC because it's gentrified. They would come to my car trying to jump over this door to get in my car, and I almost slapped the hell out of one of them bitches, man. I don't find nothing attractive about the white woman. Okay, my loyalty is to the black woman, the queen of the planet Earth, the goddess of the universe. Okay. All right, period.
All right, so let's talk.
Never even spoke to a white woman.
Hold on a second, brother, because this is
don't have no white friends. Not one white friend.
Counselor, we get it. Gavel down on your. We get it. All right, you don't want no bleach in your sheets. We get it. All right, so on a serious note. All right, there has been a lot of discomforting things and disheartening things that have happened in the movement period about the way our women have been dealt with. All right. Now, because you're on here, I'm only going to deal with the matters that have been in the, I guess you could say, chatter sphere about your specific organization. First, I'm going to go into the question. All right. Number one, are the women safe in the party under your leadership?
Well, they would have to add, well, if you're going to say under my leadership, they better be. They better be. The first example would have to be, would the women be safe under me? Okay, because there's been a lot of slack talk, gossip, drivel, as it pertains to myself. So I'll be happy to say that. My chief of staff, the Honorable Adela Nzinga, and all of the top women in the Panther Party will be the first ones to say that they are most safe in the new Black Panther Party under the leadership of MALIK ZULU SHABAZZ. That MALIK ZULU SHABAZZ, no matter how, whatever they think of me, and no matter how they love me, not one of them can tell you that I've ever said yes to them. Not only have I never aggressed on them, I've never even said yes to them. And brother, over the course of my career, I can't tell you how many hundreds have come to me after every lecture, after a rally, after this or that. And if I wanted to engage in that direction, I could have long done that. And so no.
Is it your testimony, Counselor, that you yourself have never in the entire tenure of your involvement in the party, especially in a position of leadership, that you have never fraternized with any woman at all within the party?
That would be almost 100% true.
What,
that would be almost
half truth is a whole lie now.
No, because I can't say no, because fraternization. 100%. But first of all, I have the right. Hold on a second, my brother. I have a right to fraternize, but I have a right to fraternize. I just want to take as a human.
Explain that as in leadership.
I have, as a man, I have a right to, if it's a woman that I like or desire, and I choose to like to have her as my woman or my queen or my wife.
So to my question, you're giving a long yes.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, brother, you can talk. Let me give you my answer, brother. That's not what happens in the new Black Panther Party. That's not what happens. Okay.
Is that a no?
Has there ever been a sister in the party that I may have liked at a certain point? The answer would be yes. Oh, yes. The answer would be yes. But I'm just to tell you that that's just not what goes on here.
So hold on. So you indirectly answered and did not answer.
Have I ever met a
I didn't say meet. Have you ever had relationship with anyone under your command while being in leadership in the new Black Panther Party?
Maybe one time.
That's a long yes.
Okay, well, you can say yes if you want to, brother. I'm a grown goddamn man.
But hold on, wait a second.
A grown goddamn man.
Listen,
Yes,
no, hold
sir.
on, hold on, Malik. See, the answer that you just right there when you punctuated with "I'm a grown goddamn man," that's the sentiment that too many right now in inadequate forms of leadership are given as justification to the reason why they're peddling penis all around the deal.
That ain't happening with me. I just tell you, that's just not happening.
What I'm saying is, again, as an elder statesman, the way that you cast your character should be one exemplary that others should follow. So when you say in a situation like that, you know, again, as
brother, I listen
to your long deposition. You're gonna have to listen. No, Malik. No,
brother.
What I'm saying is, so far, currently, one of the things that are plaguing not just the New Black Panther Party, but the entire movement altogether is this: I'm grown, I could do whatever, and with no remorse.
But that's not happening.
I didn't say, hold on, you're getting defense. I didn't say you. What I'm saying is that response that these other inadequate jokers are giving, saying that they have justification to go ahead and sleep and just keep on peddling penis around, is I'm a grown goddamn man. And see, the sisters are saying, damn, where are we going to get the respect that we deserve? Because these brothers are using their leadership in these nonchalant ways, not caring about the effect that they're having on us. So when I ask you, hold on. So when I ask you, as you say, the chief elder statesman out here, you know what I'm saying? So when you give an answer like, I'm a grown goddamn man, you give the same error and character of nonchalance as you say.
Not necessarily, because no.
Same character.
Okay, let me answer you. Because I am a grown goddamn man. Number one, I am. Excuse me, let me answer you.
No, bro.
That's only a part of my answer. Okay, my answer was clearly what I told you. The question was, are the sisters in the New Black Panther Party safe?
That was the first question.
Okay, so let me dig further into the policies of the Panther Party. Okay, there's an anti-sexual harassment policy in the New Black Panther Party. That means that that sexual harassment is not allowed. Unwanted sexual advances are not allowed in the New Black Panther Party. Fraternization, and as a general rule, at this stage of the game, is discouraged. And so those violations, when people come to me and they talk about—
hold on, wait a second, hold on. Be specific. Fraternization is discouraged, but the other two you said
it's discouraged.
You said
discouraged.
This is discouraged. Like I wouldn't do it if I were you, kind of thing, or don't do it.
Well, it's kind of hard. I mean, like if you're in the church or you're in the Nation of Islam, real strict. I mean, fraternization is not banned in the nation. Hold on. Fraternization, this is comparison so you can understand. Fraternization is not banned in the Nation of Islam. A brother can meet a sister, meet an MGT, he can meet a sister in the mosque, he can date her, and he can either try to get married or it might fail. It's called courtship. So fraternization is not banned in the church. Fraternization is not banned. What the problem is that it's discouraged. It's discouraged because when two interpersonal relations and it doesn't work out and they're both in the Panther Party, then their relations become party business. And that's what's happening in this movement. And there are people that are running wild. There are people that are abusing power. There are people that are taking advantage. I'm just here to tell you that the New Black Panther Party officially don't tolerate it. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the way of Brother MALIK ZULU SHABAZZ. That Brother MALIK ZULU SHABAZZ has had hundreds of sisters in this movement and in this party to try to become intimately involved with me, and all my officials will tell you that's just not what's happening, man. I'm all business. When I'm on the road, I'm all business. They lied and said we was on the road and there was some orgy happening or something, man. When I'm on the road, I'm a remarkable discipline. And the cases I have to handle is when the Panther Party is on the road, and then all the stuff breaks out on the roads. This one attacked this one, or this one ran off with this one, or all of that stuff going. That's just not what's happening with me. That's not a problem here. Not a problem here. And not with me or the New Black Panther Party from the top. If we have cases, remember this, when we talk about the New Black Panther Party, we're talking about a broad group of individuals. You're not just talking about a unit of 10 people, a unit of 12. You're not just talking about 20. You got potentially hundreds of people out here, maybe thousands in general, that actually somehow or another claim the label of the new Black Panther Party. That's a lot to keep up with. That's a lot to keep going together. It's not just a limited unit here. And so we're against it, brother.
So, okay, right, you're against it. But again, Malik, just hear me out. Again, with the climate, with the co-op climate between the men and the women in the movement. And you've heard, I'm sure you probably heard rumors of, or got wind of, or even seen some of these jokers out here. That's their thing, that level of nonchalance. So again, how would you feel if a sister or a few sisters came to you and said, hey, such and such minister of whatever this, that, and the other is just become a minister of menage a trois? You know what I'm saying? He's running through all of us. You know, we fell under his spell and guys or whatever, but we feel slighted because he was charismatic and this, that, and the other. You need to do something about it. And then you go to him and his answer is, with all due respect, Chairman, I'm a goddamn grown man. What would you say in that moment? What would you
I won't say nothing because I'm not finna go to him. When I get the case, I'm turning the case over to.
Okay, I understand.
If I get the case, I'm turning the case over. I'm turning the case over to the court system of the Panther Party.
Malik, don't answer with such a procedural answer. I'm asking you in that moment, hypothetically, counselor, in that moment, if that person said to you that that was his response for the sake of the sisters, would you accept that? Credible?
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, that it not only would it not be accepted verbally, but if those kind of things happened in the party, that person would go, as many do, they would go through the court system of the new Black Panther Party.
All right.
When that kind of stuff comes up, it goes to the court system of the new Black Panther Party.
Again, the bottom line that I'm getting to you is that again, all right, don't let your tired remove your tact. So in this moment, as a leader, you're still a leader right now, talking to masses of people that are going to see this. And
what's the problem? What's the problem, sir? What's the problem?
You know what? Let's just move on, shall we?
That's what I'm saying. What's the problem, black man? We didn't answer the question.
You know what? I'll let the women in your organization that are going around whispering about their sore displeasures about the way the party is handling their complaints. I'll let them tell you how that answer from their chief chairman was not acceptable.
I would have no problem with that.
Okay, so let's move on.
That's no problem with me.
So,
and you know, also here, I got to say one thing on this line, and this is a democracy, right? This is what you call a free world, right? There are all kind of different organizations out here. You got the Black Power Coalition, you got Huey P. Newton Gun Club, you got Anubis, you got NAACP, you got Lion of Judah. There's freedom of choice. There's always the option. If persons are not dissatisfied with the way I conduct my operations, there's free choice. You can choose another one. It's a free world out here.
My brother, that was crass.
But I got to be honest, bro. I know it's crass, dog.
Classless.
Got to be dog. Because I mean, at the end of the day, I got to keep it 100. You know why I keep it 100 with you like that? Because I do. Because right like this is what I say. I do the best that I can, but I'm gonna put it to you like this. This will help make it seem less crass. Khalid Muhammad told me specifically when he was building the new Black Panther Party, and I would be with him, and I would be saying, Doc, what about this? What about that? Sometimes he would accept it. The 9 local objectives, things I was helping him, he would accept it. Other times, you know what he'd tell me? He'd say, Brother Malik, he would say, Louis Farrakhan did not rebuild the Nation of Islam. No, pardon me. He said, Brother Malik, Louis Farrakhan rebuilt the Nation of Islam by picking people and working people that agreed with him. He told me that at least 7 times. And it only took me till this time till I actually understood what he was saying. He was saying that I, Khalid Muhammad, am building the new Black Panther Party. The way that I'm going about doing it and things and what I'm doing, I will explain it to you to a degree. But you have to, if you agree with my leadership, then you're with me. If not, then you could join somebody else. When Louis Farrakhan rebuilt the Nation of Islam, he worked with the people that agreed with the way he was rebuilding it. If they didn't agree with it, then they went and joined Silas Muhammad, or they joined the Republican of New Africa or something else. So I'm just saying here fairly, if people don't agree necessarily with the way I'm building the new Black Panther Party, they have the option to seek it somewhere else. And many do. Every day we see a pop-up general with some pop-up flag or rag that might last for 2 or 5 seconds. They've all, at some point in time, nearly everybody out here, or too many, have gotten dissatisfied. And they've done nothing but made up a mess. So while I'm open to dialogue, open to all of this, I'm here to tell you I'm pretty much firm on the way I'm leading the party, and those that agree with it, let's get with it. If you hear me right now, sisters and brothers, even though we haven't talked much about my vision, since we only talking about the criticism, we haven't talked about my vision and what we're doing. We haven't talked about the fact that the new Black Panther Party has the only of all the groups talking and squawking, criticizing, the only national newspaper. Hold on. The only one with a national newspaper.
Okay, hold on.
The only one.
Wait a minute.
The only one.
Malik.
You agree with what I'm doing, then they can come and help me. If not, it's okay. We still brothers. They can choose Black Power Coalition. And you can have conference calls all day and night dealing with this.
No, but I'm gonna tell you something, and this is just matter of fact. Okay, I don't believe in dipping my pen in the company ink. You know, I'm in Atlanta. There's peaches everywhere. All right, I've kept a stellar reputation of never doing that, never entertaining it, no long inappropriate phone calls, none of that ever, not once. Yes, we all in some level of leadership. Yes, there is this enticement, and, you know, mesmerized and stuff by the authority and the bravado and stuff like that. We understand that sometimes it's not even about the man, it's just about the essence that the man has that these women get attracted to. And then some men that are just attracted to the women that, okay, you know, she's of the same vibe, real Angela Davis type. Yeah, I'm with it, whatever. And you know, things happen, but no, I've never done that. As far as my stance on that, even last night, it was like we had like a Zoom call that went live, and I told every sister, I said, listen, whether you in my organization or not, if you happen to have a valid case and there is levels of real abuse, not just you and your man just having some problems and you just want to get them in trouble kind of stuff, emotional, you know, whatever, but you being abused and you getting beat on or whatever, and the members of your organization for whatever reason are not doing, hey, this brother's out here, call me, shit. There's certain things that in the name of representing our people, we can't have named amongst us. I listened to you a lot, man. You were a spiritually centered man, all right? And a lot of the things that you say are rooted in scriptural text. And in the scriptures, it talks about that to not have certain things of negative character even be so much named amongst you as if it's fitting for you. You know, and in this movement, if we're going to be the vanguards of security, making our nation feel safe, we got to let those that are in the inner works of our thing feel safe too, whether male or female. And any sister that feels accosted, threatened, beat down, used, or whatever, should have the safety amongst kings to be able to make a complaint and be taken seriously. Not that she is automatically true. Me too. Well, I said it, so therefore it's true. No, of course, it's got to go through investigation and be proven. But just to have the availability, the comfortability to say, I am going to go ahead and announce my cause, and it's going to be taken seriously. I have safety in my leadership that my cares will be addressed.
Okay, well, let's get more refined to it. You make a good point. So once again, I've said it 5 or 10 times. I say the new Black Panther Party has a firm policy. I don't want to stay on this all day. The new Black Panther.
I'm not. The reason, listen.
Let me be definitive.
Hold on. Let me be
definitive.
The reason why is because here lately, within the last maybe 3 weeks, I don't know if it's just the courage or whatever, but there's been a lot of complaints, not in the new Black Panther Party singularity, so to speak, but I'm just saying throughout the movement of a lot of sisters like, yo, I either been beat up, this dude used me, this dude took my money, whatever, this, that, and the other. And you know, the one thing that's been absent
Mhm.
with all the complaint, the one thing that's been absent across the board is consequence. There's no consequence for these F boys doing this. And
Okay, okay. Let me. Okay, so let me come here, man. Let me be definitive, brother. I gotta be definitive. Then we gotta move on.
Yeah,
The new Black Panther Party does not tolerate domestic violence or the abuse of women. Okay, there's two rules at play here. There's two rules at play. The new Black Panther Party does not tolerate, in terms of its membership, violence against women or the abuse of women. Okay. If such incidents are occurring within our organization between two members, it is referred to the court system of the party, and that court system has acted. It acted after last year after Tulsa. There were significant members that were close to me that I was pushing, that I had to offer up to the court system. Basically had to give to the court system, despite my favoritism of them. I had to give them to the Panther court system and let the court system run where it may. And if the court system say that you suffered a penalty, that you had to go to counseling and that you lost your rank, and I had to, and that's just what it was. It was not washed away. It was not thrown under the rug, just as it won't be today. Now, there is one rule at play that all organizations can identify with. That's the rule of personal dealings. Okay. The new Black Panther Party rule is that your personal life is your personal life unless it adversely affects the internal operations of the organization. We don't want to. We're not here to try to get involved with Brother Jones and his wife, or Brother Jones and his lady.
Right.
All of that, that's not what we're here to deal with. But when your personal life starts to impact on party relations, then you come under party jurisdiction. And therefore, the word of caution, when it's two party members, when it's party members that have decided to deal romantically with each other, they also know they are putting their business in front of the new Black Panther Party judicial system. And so when they get to fussing, or when they get to fighting, expect that it will adversely affect the party and the party will have to deal with it. Nobody wants to have to face that, but that's what has happened and that's what does happen, you know?
Understood.
And that's just it. That's just it, brother. It's not going to be tolerated. It's not tolerated here. Last reports I get, they turned over to the chief of staff. They are ordered to have the hearings. They're ordered to have the trial and tell me what the result is without me even interfering in it.
Okay, I got one question on that until we start moving into the future of the party, because there's some questions about the future of the party in this direction. Are you currently aware of any incidents, I guess you could say domestic related, that have occurred in the party within the last recent months?
I would not be at liberty to discuss them, but yes.
Okay. All right, I'll leave that there because, like you said, that's internal party business. That's to be respected. All right, let's move on. Is there a structured plan of action for the community, a proactive approach such as community economic plans and self-defense plans, for example, and not just reactionary moves like formations and marches? And the second part of that question is likened to it, and it's pretty much what are the plans for the party in the next coming year?
All right. First of all, what we have to and we need to get rooted back into is what I strive into mightily in this party, is to get this new Black Panther Party back on the 10-point program of the new Black Panther Party. The new Black Panther Party has a 10-point program, and the 10-point program deals with freedom, self-determination, employment for our people, housing, education, and all that we read about in our 10-point program. What should the new Black Panther Party be? Let me tell you where I've taken this party from. When I came to the helm of this party after the passing of the Honorable Hashim Nzinga, the defenses and the training in this party was way behind, miles behind. the defensive capabilities of the new Black Panther Party were miles behind. So in the last 2 years, through intensive efforts spearheaded by myself, and I want to thank Assistant National Minister of Defense,
Hey,
Brother Dead. I want to
I gotta grab something right quick. Keep talking. I hear you.
No, I'm gonna wait till you come back.
All right, 1 second.
Let me take a station break for a minute.
Black Power, Malik.
Black Power, Brother General.
Hey, what? Could you reiterate what you said about the white woman again?
Brother,
Now you don't got to. Yeah, I'm just playing with you.
picture that. Picture me with a white woman. I mean, it just can't happen. That ain't gonna happen. Can't happen. You know. I hope he comes on back so we can get into it. I wanna touch on some things here.
And I respect the honesty and coming up here and putting yourself out here to answer these questions. Black Power.
Welcome to the Black Power movement, man. Welcome to only on my home territory do I have to deal with this. Now I can go all over, man. Well, only in my, the Bible says, there's a couple things before we go forward I want to point out here. First of all, I'll leave that for later. Look, the United States government stated policy towards the Black nationalist community and the Black Panther Party is that they would, quote, stop the rise of a Black Messiah that could unify and electrify the Black militant or Black nationalist organizations. And their stated policy was that they would do all they can through tricks, lies, deceit, and sabotage to stop any leader from this segment of our community, this Black Panther segment of our community, for me being able to gain traction and to gain a mass footing. And that's what I want to tell you, that's what most of this is about. That's what much of this is about. I would not put it, I don't put it, Desert Eagle, past just the mentally ill or the jealous or the insane or the dysfunctional. I would say that while some of those questions would have been sincere, that I would say much of this would come directly from the United States government. The United States government is what really would hope to put a pin in my efforts at this point, because I believe that they put a pin in my efforts at this point, that the US government goals would be reached faster. Okay, now you asked me, what are we doing? So let me tell you this, my brother, we come out of last place in training. The new Black Panther Party, everybody had bit into our ranks. Everybody had went off and said that they were greater than us, fancier than us, tougher than us, stronger than us. And we have took a hold of that. And in that 2 years, sir, I have been personally responsible working with defense leaders and trainers in this party and in this country. I'm talking about Kwasi Asante, national weapons trainer, one of the best competition and defensive shooters in the country. I'm talking about Major Black. I'm talking about all those others that have been helping us. Nguvu, talking about Brother Jason. I'm talking about Brother Junior Oliver. I'm talking about the man that's got me talking about this subject right now, Brother Babu X Omawale. Through all of their help and others, the training and others, the training of the new Black Panther Party through training camps, drills, dry fire, a whole host of measures. We've come a long way in terms of training, and we expect to be big in terms of the training of our people for the future. I want the Panther Party to be much more active. I want them to be engaging the Black community every week, like we do in Washington, D.C., meeting with our people every week, planning the attack every week. If they can keep up with my demands, fine. But I'm here to tell you, when it comes to my leadership of what I want them to do, of how I want them to have the new Black Panther Party out on every corner, selling and pushing the paper, recruiting Black men, and organizing our community, and doing everything that the Panther Party is supposed to do, I have to be honest with you. My membership is largely behind my vision and my orders. I'm an intense community organizer. I believe that the Panther Party should meet every week. I believe that all of the community programs, free food programs, economic programs, Black youth programs, the training program, I believe in a program. I'm what they call a taskmaster. I mean, I am hated somewhat in my organization, somewhat, because I'm what? A taskmaster. I ain't finna do something once a year or twice a year. You see me once or twice a year. We got work to do. I got work to do right now.
All right, so with that work, understand the whole necessity for this forum as I brought it to you. With that work, is the evolution of and the necessity of new blood, new players. All right. So understand, in order to accomplish this goal, which I know is not singular in its approach just for the benefit of the new Black Panther Party, it's about, like you said, you're a national man. So in order to reach these corners, all right, you can't accomplish it by yourself. So it takes the level of diplomacy to figure out the language to try to create some levels of merger across the board, which is the reason why the brainchild behind General Ghazi bringing so much together. I mean, a multitude of organizations together for the cause of the one, for the nation. So you being an elder statesman, you should have the temperament, the language, the finesse in order to lead the charge in unity so that that national vision can be achieved. But if you feel as though y'all not in my league to fuck with me and I can do it, what is the probability of your success in trying to meet that national rollout?
Okay, well, let me talk to you about my work style and my work style and how it's opposite of what you said. It's a very humble work style. Brother Babu, General Babu, who is the founder of the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, he calls me a gentleman. Okay, and my style has been gentle up to this point. My working style is very much in coordination. For example, I work with General Babu and I work with Nick Bezel for now over a year and a half directly on critical projects. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. And we work through it on a regular and consistent basis. So if you want to know my working style, if you want to know whether I'm a person that works well with others or listens, then I would refer you to ask General Babu. I would ask leaders like Nick Bezel.
Malik,
I would ask you.
Malik, I already know. I'm talking.
I would
you need to talk to the people who don't know.
I would ask you, brother.
I already know how you work.
Okay, so brother, I'm diplomatic, but I'm not finna get soft at this stage of my career and finna get up here, man. I'm telling you, I'm helping you other commanders to figure something out, because I don't want you to waste your life. I want you to be as professional, as fair as you can be. But I don't want you to be deluded to think that you are not leading a sick people. And you are leading. If you weren't leading, and I'm talking not even a people, a community. If you weren't leading a specific people in a community that had a certain high level of sickness, the Black Power, Black nationalist community would be way further along than it is right now. It's fraught with sickness, fraught with mental illness, fraught with dissatisfaction, fraught. I mean, anytime, fraught with trash, fraught with garbage. And I don't want you, I want you at a certain point to say, look, this is what I stand for, and I ain't finna deal with the rest of it. Because I know you might see, I might sound dismissive tonight, but I've reached a certain point, brother. You can talk to me all day. You can criticize me all day. General Ghazi, I respect him. I respect Nasi Nasir. I respect people that don't have all them high ranks, but I ain't finna listen to everybody right now. I'm listening to Lasidi Shakur come tell me something. Chantel Mason tell me something. Adeline Zinga tell me something. Khalida Ramala Bastet tell me something. Brother Mintu tell me something. Desert Eagle tell me something. Kwasi Asante tell me something. This is a respected body of leadership here. You better be right. I'm finna listen and submit. I don't care who I am. Y'all, we a body together. But I mean, I'm here to tell you, brother, these people will burn you out and wear you out in just a few years.
Here's a couple of things. For the last over 2 years, one of the things that I've realized, as far as the more I've ascended in the works of this movement, I've coined a phrase, and everybody has heard me say it. I say that we are a broken people called to become a fixed work. So I fully understand what the I guess you could say what the harvest looks like. All right, I understand. In order to pick that good fruit, you got to deal with the thorns. I totally understand that. Yes, we are a plagued people with a multitude, multifaceted in sickness. I get that. I don't have a problem with that. All right, I get it. And the thing that helps me get it is to know the hellish demon I used to be in my life, and to where I am today. I have all the patience in the world, because I understand if I can be worked with to get to where I am, who am I to look at this brother or sister to say they just too much for me? That's just the way I look at it. I never forget the graces and the mercies that have been applied to my life to bring it to the place of where it's at, even when I didn't do anything to deserve it. So
but we got time management. You know, one thing at my stage, at my level of career where I'm at, I don't have a lot of time to waste. Right. And you don't have a lot of time to waste.
Hey, these grades tell a story.
Yeah.
Right? We in the same age group. Right?
Yeah. We don't have time. I don't have a lot of time to waste on foolishness.
But see, to my point, that's what I was saying. I didn't, because you already know, I know your working style. I've never had no problem engaging with you at all. I've said throughout this whole thing, you're my brother. You know, we all good. And we've talked on the phone about we shoot the shit the whole bit. And the thing is, like I'm saying, for those that are coming in, all right, those that are coming in with better knees and better backs, they fresh, buoyancy and all of that, spry. You know what I'm saying? But their minds work different, think different, culturally is different. But I'm saying, so in understanding that, leading the charge and finding the right rhythm to work with that new group that's going to lead the way after. Because there's a time that, we're going to have to sit down. The voices are going to get raspy, the knees are going to give out. Like, look, I ain't marching, hell, I don't even feel like holding my AR. One of you young boys, whatever, it's going to get to that point. But in order to prepare them, there has to be a merger. Because if you look at most of our formations and stuff out there, a lot of us are seasoned. The disconnect comes with a large part of the youth. Just as I asked the young brother, I forgot his name, the one that got shot at, the FedEx driver. Man, we were just there in Mississippi. I forgot the young brother's name, but I asked him on your platform.
D. Monterio.
That's right. I asked him, because he saw the workings of what the movement did in the favor of getting their argument out there and stuff. And I asked him, like, what is the connection? What is it that is needed for the youth, the fresh blood, to get involved in this and then start leading the charge? You know what I'm saying? Because sooner or later, we're going to get to that age of disconnect. Like, There's nobody youthful listening to Sharpton or Jesse. They don't care two shits about what they got to say. They are so disconnected, but yet they still on the forefront, but they don't have the language to reach them. It's a vast gulf. So what I'm saying is, in the danger of seeing what can happen in that, let's not us follow the same route. Elder statesmen, what is the way to lead the charge and lead the fresh blood and cause them to magnetize to the movement where the vision can stay integral even down to them? I get it. I understand your frustrations for those that have come along and called your record out and they don't have record to start with. Fair argument. Those who haven't gone through the fights and this, that, the distance that you've put in it, made the sacrifices, whatever. Some got in it to take away from the people while you've been in it to give to the people. I get that argument. I do. But that still doesn't remove the necessity for the bridge.
The bridge, I say the bridge comes from really listening at this point, my brother. It comes from listening. There's no outreach problem, not with me and the next generation. I'm looking for the next generation. I'm honestly like General Babu. He just no longer runs the direct operations of the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. He's the founder. He's not the leader. He helps maintain the legacy. What is Babu telling us? Babu telling us that I've done this part of my job long enough. Well, I told the new Black Panther Party in 2013 that I had done a portion of my work, and now I'm back doing it. I mean, but I need all the other young brothers to aspire to leadership to understand that I'm here as somebody that you can learn from, that you can listen to. They would listen to me, honestly. I'm not just saying that I'm some kind of all-knowing person, but if you want to ask my honest assessment, what I have right now to help it go on is guidance. I think my guidance is valuable. And I think that if people would just stop debating, stop trying to argue, just listen to what I'm saying and take my advice, then we can go further. Just take my advice, Instead of trying to fight me and question what I'm doing and holler and scream, just follow my advice, because we moving in the right direction right now. We moving in the right direction. There's a lot of reason why this conversation going on tonight is because the name MALIK SHABAZZ is everywhere right now. It's everywhere right now because I'm on the point against this enemy. I'm on the point on this Emmett Till case. I'm on the point against these police. I'm on the point against this enemy, and the word is spreading fast. So the faster it spreads, faster the government comes back. You just saw here, I just got through watching here on CNN, Brother Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement have come under attack from the FBI. And the FBI is saying that they are somehow connected to Russian operatives or something. I don't know nothing about the case and all of that, but I do know the FBI is busy monitoring and trying to attack Black organizations. So, I just think that these new brothers that want to struggle, I would do all they can to help them in the struggle, and they shouldn't see me as a threat or their competition. They should see me as somebody that's here to help them. I'm just here to help them and to advise them, because it's really, this is a young people struggle. Right. The new Black Panther Party, honestly, is supposed to be dominated by people in their 30s and no more than their 40s. I'm honestly here to a great degree out of necessity. But while I'm here on my job, I'm going to do it as hard as I can, strong as I can. Okay. And no more questions? Ain't no more questions?
There's a couple, but I want to talk about the Emmett Till,
because I didn't think. I'm not hearing the strong questions, and I'm
gonna tell you like this, and this is why I said at the very beginning, there were so many, and see, this is one of those situations where I get frustrated a lot of times in this movement, especially and some people they got a disdain about me because I call people on their shit and I just don't care. You know what I'm saying? I just don't care. I just believe in just being factual. And the thing that's tiring is, as I told you then, there was so much chatter about Malik to the point where that's why I called you like, hey, brother, you need to do something. Because I was concerned about, you know, your place in things, because people are like, man, you know, we about to rid dude and all kind of stuff. So, and in a time like this, it's like, all right, you got the opportunity. Here's a free for all right now. The man has volunteered to put himself on there to answer all the fiery darts of inquiry that you have. And I would dare say 60%, 70% of the people who called me directly have not even asked a single question.
Why? Let me tell you.
Me anything, but yeah. And I'm going to say this right here. Brothers and or sisters, after this, I don't want to hear it, because I'm going to call you out on your sucker shit. You had the opportunity. You had so much to say. And you're like, yeah, can't wait. Yeah. Put them on the hot seat. And now it's time, and you mute. So again, don't call me with it, text me with it. I don't want to see it in no chats, nothing, this, that, and other, because I'm going to call you a sucker to your face. Straight up. You got the opportunity. This man is sitting here, all right, and said, I will answer all of it. Put out posts, said no holds barred. You want to ask me about anything? And I told them, you got to sit there and answer any and all questions that come your way. And he said, brother, I will do it. Told you all that I've had conversation with, he would do it. And you mute. That's sucker shit to me. Don't call me no more. Don't talk to me no more. Send me no text messages no more about your problems with Malik, and you not a man enough or woman enough to address it at this very forum. So let us move on and start talking about Emmett. I had to get that off my chest because bombarded.
Well, so we gotta. Okay, so therefore that reinforces my point. I'm telling you, some of that chatter is just coming from the enemy. And number two is another great percentage of that chatter is coming from our dysfunction and self-hatred as a people. We wouldn't be here talking about what we're talking about, still in this position, if we didn't have a great degree of dysfunction and hatred. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. When Louis Farrakhan was on his rise, that's all they did was complain about him. When Khalid Muhammad was on his rise, that's all that other black people in the movement did. All of us constantly complaining. When Grandmaster Jay was on his rise, he's on his rise and everybody's complaining. Everybody's complaining. You know why? Because Grandmaster Jay was doing something, and Louis Farrakhan was doing something, and Khalid Muhammad was doing something, and Malik ZULU SHABAZZ is doing something. If I wasn't doing nothing, they wouldn't be complaining. Now they want a Monday morning quarterback and sideline quarterback. And let me say this about even brother Grandmaster Jay, man. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm disappointed, not you, okay? Not you, but I'm disappointed in some of y'all because, you know, y'all make me question what kind of people I got around me. Now some of y'all, not you, okay? Okay, but it could apply to anybody. This is not picking on nobody. Y'all with Grandmaster Jay. Some of y'all all in the photos with him, right next to him. You his right-hand man at his greatest moments when you can be seen on the line in front of all the spotlight. But when your man, Grandmaster Jay, gets incarcerated or gets locked up and he comes under trial, and all of a sudden, everybody's down on him. Everybody that was right with him saying, hooray, hooray, they right there saying, crucify, crucify at the same damn time. That shit dangerous to me. Because I may let me know, well, shit, hell, if I get out here and going, it's half the people around me looking to do me like they did him. Now, I know he had his issues. I know he may have had his flaws. But I say, if you said that you was with him and stood with him, I expect you to be standing with him all the way through thick or thin. Because God be damned if I got to go all the way to the cross and more than half of these people that's around me, all of a sudden, they're going to be coming with this punk stuff. Well, Malik, he stepped on the line, and Malik, he committed a foul. So I'm going to go ahead and let the white man take him because I didn't like the way he parted his hair. I mean, I'm disappointed, man. I'm just disappointed, man. It makes me disappointed in this shit, man. But anyway, let's go to Emmett Till.
All right, hold on. You know, as one who was a figure And in fact, let me say something to that. You're absolutely right. The only thing is this, all right? A lot of times when that happens is because, you know, and it's hard to have this conversation with those, the kind of leader that GMJ wasn't a person who was, I guess you could say, intimately involved with everybody, just a select few, because he didn't trust people. So the only people that got a chance to know him were those that he was immediately connected to. Everybody else was more fanfare. They had a depiction of who he was according to the way they felt about him, but that's not who he was. So knowing him as who he was, notice a lot of the people that fell away from him were those that knew him best because of the way that they knew of him. Others who didn't know him were like, they crazy, they were abandoning Jesus damn near. But they're like, but those who knew him were like, no, he was charismatic. He had some great things, man. I would never take away the brother's intelligence and his calculations and everything. But as a person, he was a goddamn asshole. He just had a personality defect. That's just what it was. Nobody really said anything about it. It was just his personality. He just didn't know how to adapt to people. He just, you know.
But see, to me, that ain't cause.
No, hold on, wait a minute.
That ain't just cause.
It's not so much that. It was, again, we don't have to talk about it, but it was, he was real disrespectful to a lot of people. And I mean, there was one time, a couple of times I was like, hey, bro, I want to see about you. And because he just had this thing with him, but still, see, even in all of that, is that just cause for abandonment? No, you don't. No, see, it's not that you.
That's why they're gonna do me. The enemy take me captive. They're gonna say, well, it was his personality, and that's why I didn't. That's not what I'm.
Again, because of what he's going through, he doesn't need any more information out there about him that'll bring further detriment to him. But again, there were other things. I'm just not saying them. But there's other, personality aside, there was just some other things.
Like this is the way it's gonna be between me and you, right? Like just say something happened to you or Brother Ghazi or Brother Nasi or man, you got me all the way. I'm here to tell you, even if you cussed me out 3 weeks ago, or I didn't like your personality or none of that, I'm telling you, dog, if something happened and you were dead wrong, let's just say you was untrained and dead wrong, I'm telling you, you got me all the way. That's what I'm telling you.
That's what's up. That's what's
all
up.
Right.
Now, this is what I want to do. I want to get into Emmett Till, but I know we got our brother Ghazi in the Zoom room. He has asked me, is he at liberty to ask you a few questions?
No problem. Bring on young brother Ghazi, please.
All right. Now, do you want to do that now, or do you want to touch Emmett Till first?
In your call, sir.
All right, let me do this because there's some people that ask questions about the whole Emmett Till thing, and there's been a lot of controversy about that. So let's go ahead and attack that, and then Ghazi, the floor is yours to ask the questions, and then we'll probably get to a point of closeout. Recently, there's been some. All right, we understand that you're representing the family in a civil capacity, but there's been some greater understanding about the whole thing with the Emmett Till move. Is that pretty much the Emmett Till call to justice is pretty much a step for true Mississippi reformation when it comes to their justice system. Are you aware that it's pretty much a whole, it's not just about Emmett Till and it's about the whole, okay, so since you are aware of that, could you break that down to the people and let them explain
about Emmett Till and the injustices that are being done around his case, primarily meaning the non-prosecution of anyone, including Carol and Bryant. These serious injustices in this case are a part of the systemic racism and injustice that envelops Mississippi.
Right.
Okay, and the reason why we on Mississippi is what? It's because of consistency. We came to Mississippi for Juneteenth. We made pledges. We didn't just have a rally, say, see you, going on to the next show. When I come to Mississippi now, people is dependent on me as an attorney and as an organizer. And so here's my commitment to Mississippi. So Mississippi's problem is systemic. Mississippi has mass incarceration problems with mass incarceration and warehousing Black men and giving them stiff sentences. Mississippi has problems like that racist sheriff Dobbins in Lexington, Mississippi. Mississippi's got a host of problems, and that's why we're fighting. And that's why, as part of the Emmett Till fight, that's what's going on partially in the Emmett Till for Justice weekend, August 26th through the 28th in Mississippi and around the country. I mean, I'm on point for Emmett Till and Emmett Till's family, Miss Priscilla Sterling and others. They say they are here to fight for Emmett Till to expose not only this case, but the injustices in Mississippi. Mississippi's a hot state right now for good reason, and I'm committed to the states. You know, I just have to be committed to the state, and I am.
Right. So when it comes to again, for the reformation of, the injustices there, in the case with Carolyn Bryant, all right, the word is supposedly, allegedly, that she's on hospice and stuff like that. And we all, have had some level of relative on hospice, whatever. We already know that's terminal condition. If she happens to pass, right, and let's just say the justice is not rendered, that, through the judicial system, she gets, whatever level of gavel handed to her, what level of direction should the people be focused on for the continued reformations for Mississippi? Should they, in other words, we understand that Emmett Till is the lead out, but it's really about the whole justice, attack on the whole justice system of Mississippi. So even though Emmett Till is a lead out, what is the direction or instruction that you want to give to people in the event that Carolyn Bryant dies, succumbs to her condition, whatever? How should they continue the pace and the push for Mississippi?
Well, they should check in with us, because we're going to be right on the point. And when I say with us, it means that this is a collaborative effort. I'm not in Mississippi, but Brother Patrick Alexander and Brother Kamal Kareem of the Black Liberation Movement, who are my allies, they are.
As well as Nick Bezel, General Nick Bezel.
Or Nick Bezel, who's in Texas, but Elmer Geronimo Pratt Gun Club is in Mississippi. Matter of fact, Brother Nick Bezel is having a big town hall meeting in September in Mississippi. So many contacts, brother. It's such a great movement going on in Mississippi. Brother Maine C. Yaga, who helped with the gang summit, who's with the conservative vice lords or Youth Against Gang Activity. Kareem Muhammad, Nation of Islam, local organizing committee. Sister Charlotte Carpenter, my good brother Steve Harris in Jackson, Lorenzo Sims, Black Power, Calfani, Taylor Made, Sherelle Potts, Lady D from the Undivided Movement, Miss Sharon, D. Monterio Gibson and his mama, Sharon. I mean, my brother, this is a genuine movement in Mississippi, and I could say it will never die when Carolyn Bryant dies. Okay, I won't comment no further on that. I don't know whether that's going to be tomorrow or whenever, or whenever, but I'm just saying right now, look, this is of divine order. Let me explain this Emmett Till situation. Now, here you have, my brother, one of the most historic cases ever. When we make the move to put the pressure to have Carolyn Bryant arrested, and I ended up becoming the attorney for Emmett Till family. That's significant, brother. We don't have an attorney in the Black nationalist movement. We don't have one, right? So every time the big cases come, we got to bow out to the civil rights boys. You got to bow out to somebody else, right? Now you got one of your own on the panel. This is what I want the Black to listen so they can try to get in to see what's really happening. This is a very big case. And the fact that I was chosen as the attorney, And you know, when I'm chosen on a case like this that's big in civil rights and big in history, the people that's choosing me to be the attorney, they come under criticism too. Because they come on, they say, well, man, you know, he's too radical, he's too militant, he's affiliated with the Panther Party. But the family who know me and know my capabilities and know how my sincerity, they wipe through all that and stick with me. Brother, God gave us this case, brother. God gave us this case to fight. He didn't give it to Uncle. He didn't give it to moderates. He didn't give it to others. He gave it to us. And the movie Emmett Till, it's coming out. I didn't ask for it to come out. It ain't got nothing to do with it. But it's out. That means that the movie's out. This movie's going to be a big part of Black culture for the fall. All eyes are going to be, they're going to be talking a lot about Emmett Till all the way to the top while we fighting this case and applying the pressure.
So let me ask you something about
what I'm telling you is that it's bringing all the focus to Mississippi.
Right.
And this Mississippi movement is permanent. What we're doing here is permanent, and God has set us here for a reason.
Okay, so let me ask you something about the pressure. All right, you already know there was a lot of criticism about the whole nursing home thing and the apartment thing and the Asian man answering the door, whatever. How do you feel about that day? Do you take any responsibility? Do you see it as an embarrassment? I mean, how do you see that whole thing?
Only one person said it was an embarrassment. Ain't no lot of people.
Okay,
you must be quoting one person.
No, hold on. See, Malik, again, when I asked you these questions, just like I came to you 3 weeks ago, is because these conversations are being had amongst many people.
But I say that for a reason, right? Okay,
was it
an embarrassment?
Do you see it that way? How do you see that incident?
And I'm gonna tell you why it was a great victory, and it is a victory.
Okay.
And those, I won't even say those. The person that said it's an embarrassment is
no. I know you're concentrated on the one, but trust me, brother.
If it come the one, if it ain't from the one, it come from somebody following or sniffing behind the one. And I want to say this to our community: y'all should be embarrassed at yourself. This Black Power, so-called Black nationalist, Black Panther community, you should be embarrassed of yourself, running behind people that hate the whole Black Power movement to get 2 minutes of fame on some rinky-dink YouTube show. And we should, and y'all, I can say we, I'm not a part of it. Y'all should be embarrassed who I'm talking to. Running behind somebody that ain't operating off nothing but jealousy and envy and makes a fool out of this community always. It's always us, because we ain't got no, because not we, y'all, I would say, because I do got a platform. I'm gonna talk about that in a second. The Black Power community don't have no platform. So they gotta run like children or get played. They gonna run and jump on the Tahaka Bay show. And he just sits back and makes a fool out of most of y'all. And it's just an embarrassment. But let me tell you, that's the real embarrassment. That's the matter of fact, that's the only embarrassment. Now Bay hates me because Bay knows that like the man he was attacking before every day, Grandmaster Jay, he sees me as a great hope. He sees me as one that could probably take the Black Power, Black nationalist movement to the mainstream, because I got like nationalist credentials, but I got mainstream credentials. I'm an attorney, civil rights attorney. Okay, so thus this is the attack on me. Same attack that come from the US government. So all I see to say is this, my brother: the Holy Quran says that when an unrighteous man brings you news, look carefully into it, lest you harm someone in ignorance and be sorry for what you have done. Nobody that has robbed Black people, ripped off Black people, been in jail for felonies and fraud and ripped off and lied to Black people all their life, been nothing but a man of bad character, fraud, deceit, lies, and crime against Black people, will ever even begin to think that their opinion or judgment would ever weigh of anything on Malik Zulu Shabazz, okay? Because trash can't judge me. And now the reason why Black Power community listen to trash is because we got a problem. Jesus went to the cross and they chose a thief Barabbas over Jesus when it came down to crunch time, okay? Let me say this about my good brothers in the Moorish Science Temple. Khalid Muhammad said that he is a Moor, that he was a Moor. But the problem is that in Moorish science, too many who are affiliated with Moorish science, too many, they just outright haters of the Black nationalist movement, the Black Power movement. And it's because we haven't seen no signs of life out of the Moors since 1929. Since the Honorable Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, who we love and honor very much, for him standing on the square, for him giving us Islam, and for him teaching us. You ain't heard nothing from them since 1929. Where's the Moorish Malcolm X? Where's the Moorish in the civil rights struggle? Where's the Moorish Medgar Evers? Where's the Moor Martin Luther King? Where's the Moor Huey Newton? Where's the Moor Khalid Muhammad? Where is the Moorish Louis Farrakhan? Where is it in your Black history books where you can open it up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 50s and read of any contributions? So Black Power people, you make a fool running behind the Moors, and they just make a fool out of you because by nature they hate the Black nationalist community, and they hate Black ever since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came out teaching that the Black man is God. Okay, so, and let me say this also, before we go in, I'm gonna answer directly on Till. Just let me drop this, okay? Y'all be worried about Taharka Bey and his little 3,000 views, his little 4,000 views. If you look on his channel, did you know that all the years he been on, he got a total of 2.5 million views in all them years? And then you told me earlier you thought that maybe I'm outdated. No, y'all outdated. This Black Power community is stuck on. No, look, this Black Power. Check this out. This Black Power. I'm proving a point to you. This Black Power community is stuck on Facebook, which is for old heads. Facebook only, and they stuck on Taharka Bey's YouTube show. Can't even get their own YouTube, and they sitting around watching Taharka Bey with 3,000 views. Brother, I launched my news service about a month ago, Attorney SHABAZZ news service. In the last month, I got 20 million views just in 1 month. My news service was viewed on the internet all across the net without the help of the white media, nothing. 20 million views. The Taharka Bey show in 7 years got 2.5 million views total. When he's jocking me and riding my jock every day and damn near worshiping me like I'm his God. I mean, I've never been so flattered to think that every day he wakes up not going Allahu Akbar, but MALIK Akbar, because obviously that I'm his God, right? He still, with me making him his God, the man he thinks about, mentally focuses on every day, he still ain't got no more than 4,000 views, brother. Brother, we got to break out the trap. My own news service got 20 million views in the last 5 weeks. So I'm trying to tell y'all, this thing is taking off on another level. And you can't stay behind in these little dumps and traps and sideline YouTube shows. Okay, so that's the person, that's where the embarrassment coming from. No, my brother, I'm not embarrassed. Matter of fact, I'm most proud that I'm the one, and Brother Mike Payne is the one that have put the pressure on this white woman, that put the pressure on this devil, that now everywhere they go, that she's on the run and in hiding. You wouldn't be discussing where is Carolyn Bryant? Where is she? Should she be arrested? Should they arrest him? We wouldn't be discussing this if it wasn't for Brother Malik Shabazz and the brother that I love very much, the great civil rights leader, Brother John Barnett and others who went honestly looking for her on that day. Those addresses we had on 8800 Stonebridge Circle, that is a verified address from a private investigator. That ain't no bluff. That's a verified address. Mike Payne, where Mike Payne took us to the other place where the address, that's a verified address. And they knew about her in there. That when you seen Mike Payne on that video,
right?
When you seen him on there, He said, Carol and Brian, we have a warrant. Okay, man, I love Mike Payne because Mike Payne got the heart of a warrior. Mike Payne got the heart of a warrior. Dog, when we went to the door, we didn't know what the hell was gonna happen. God damn it, but we was ready to go for it. I'm here to tell you that. We wasn't hedging. We wasn't talking about what if and what if, God damn it. We was going for it. So what I'm here to tell you, my brother, is that our efforts have I know I'm coming, but our efforts were not an embarrassment, brother. That shows that this Black Power movement and these lawyers, that we take action. That's why the family wanted to Attorney SHABAZZ and others, because we take action. We still on Carolyn Bryant's case. And the fight is far from over. Where there's no justice, there will be no peace. We got her by the toe and we won't let her go. Now, I'm sure you got more follow-up questions, but brother, I'm here to tell you that day we went looking for Carolyn Bryant. That was one of the strongest days of my life. And I would never be, I'm most proud of that day, the way we put that cracker on the defensive.
Black Power. Black Power.
Hold on,
Yes, sir.
hold on a second, guys.
Because this been going on too long. This is getting ridiculous now. This is getting ridiculous. Let's talk about the real. Let's talk about something real now. We've been on here for like 2 hours, 3 hours. Can we talk about the real questions? Yes or no?
Well, first of all, the real questions got to come in.
You go asking the questions. I'm taking the answers.
Right. I'm asking the questions that everybody wants to ask. And I'm glad you're getting on here, guys, because as you already know, there was all of these people who had all of these questions and they fucking mute now. Excuse my language.
Right. Well, can I go right now?
Go ahead.
And I need the permission to actually ask the real questions. Yes or no? If no, I'm gonna get off.
If you come on,
this is no holds barred. Go ahead.
Real as you want. If you come on the camera, you can be super real.
Okay. Let's start number one with NFAC. Of course, I was one of the main people in NFAC, and the main reason why our chapter and we left was due to the Tulsa situation, which y'all all know why we left.
Okay.
Number one, when we went to Tulsa, Ozone was the main one who invited me in to lead, and Grandmaster Jay got mad at us. What for? Can we be real on here? What for? Okay. So you know I'm real, Malik. You know I'm real, Desert. Do I need to say more?
Speak on it. That's what this forum is for.
What did he call everybody in Tulsa in the new Black Panther Party? Agents.
Yep.
Agents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I still went because I wanted to be with my brothers. Thank God I went because Ozone was there. All my brothers was there. NFAC fell back from everybody. Went clandestine, didn't do nothing. Yes, Malik, yes, Talib, Babu, all them was still pushing the movement. Had to keep it going. We don't stop. I went. I didn't care what the fuck they say. I'm going for my people. And thank God I got to see Ozone because that's the last day I seen him. Spike, that's the last day I seen him. Okay.
He didn't want, in fact, to have anything.
Okay, so I want to say this then. Let me just briefly,
fuck Grandmaster Jay.
Very briefly, but let me say this.
That's number one.
Well,
and
okay.
Fuck all those people who was in NFAC who didn't do shit for 2 years. Fuck every last one of them. Because there was people getting shot. There was still murders happening every single fucking day. And people's out here playing games. Still to this day. People's playing games. Yes or no?
You're right.
So, Malik, I don't want to bash you. You ain't did nothing wrong to me since I met you. You always praised me. You always did the right things. But everybody, half, 75% of the people tap my shoulder and say, hey, don't mess with that guy. Don't mess with him because he's working for him. Because he set me up. He did this. He did that. So I thought what this show was all about is answering these questions. So
But
he can get some clarity and so he can bring the truth out to if this shit was true or not.
Right, but
Why are we
you know what the
playing
problem is? Everybody who keep on talking about what he did this time, they the ones who ain't saying shit. That
Right.
And like I told people,
So,
look,
and then
I can't say their stories. Like, look, man, you're gonna have to ask these questions. Like,
All right. Well, now that we didn't clear this stuff up, I can't. Some of this stuff, I just can't really understand it because I'm trying to get the basics, man. Look, this is the basics, man. This man here, right? The man everybody say they love, Khalid Muhammad. This man here trusted me with his life. His family to this very day, his sons and all of them trust me with their lives.
So we're gonna get into those questions.
If Khalid Muhammad trusts me, if Khalid Muhammad trusts me with his life and everything and his movement, though not perfect, what more do y'all need to know?
I'm gonna ask 5 questions that everybody been asking.
Come on.
Let's start, since we said Dr. Khalid Muhammad, let's start with him.
Okay.
There's people under the impression thinking you're the reason why he perished. Okay? There's people saying that he was sick and nobody called the ambulance when he was laying there and he died without nobody calling the ambulance. Malik, I don't know nothing about this shit. This is before my time. Okay?
Okay. Well, let's just answer. Let's just answer that.
That's one.
Let's answer that real quick. Let's get to that, and I won't take long because I don't want to even belabor that too. It's so ridiculous that I don't have to belabor. Right. I would say that they just don't read. I'm disappointed in this movement today, lack of reading. You know, when I came up in the 80s and the 90s, the benchmark for a revolutionary was how many books they had read. And so these brothers and sisters, you know, they just don't know. You got people in the new Black Panther Party that are completely ignorant to Black Panther history. You got some people in the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, don't know nothing about Huey P. Newton. You got some people in Elmer Geronimo Pratt Gun Club. They don't know nothing about, they don't know the difference between Elmer and Geronimo. Honestly speaking, because it's such just saying, if you got people who don't know nothing about Black power. So what I'm saying is I'm disappointed that they don't read, because the story here is very clear. I saw Khalid Muhammad. It was like several days before he fell terminally ill. I hadn't had contact with him for several days. Khalid Muhammad came to Washington, D.C. He went to New York City. He came back to Atlanta. He went with his wife and fell ill with his wife several days after I saw him. His wife, as it says in the book, his wife is the one that delayed many hours on calling 911 and finally reached Hashim Nzinga early the next morning after he had been ill several hours. And then she finally called 911 after that, which is suspicious, and it is outlined in the book. That's really the only directly suspicious person in his death, although we cannot confirm or deny at all that wasn't orchestrated by different forces, that's some forces, but nothing that is even remotely touches me or Hashim Nzinga. We would get angry right now and say, how dare you accuse us in all? Like, I've really been ready to almost punch a man's lights out for ever even insinuating that I would even in any way just even insinuating it, but out of respect for what Eagle's saying, so I don't have to talk about knocking somebody out, I will say that, man, you have no idea how much I love that man. You have no idea how much I sacrifice and how much I love that man. And you have no idea how much I wish that man was here right now so that I wouldn't even have to have gone through what I've gone through. I wish he was here to have been the new Black Panther chairman. I wish he was here to deal with all this crap. My legal career would have been different and our career would have been different. All I can tell you this, my sisters and brothers, is God is my witness. If you ever even think I had anything to do with any harm to my leader, you can kill me now. Come kill me right now, because I don't want to live no longer. I mean, I love that man like I ain't never loved a man, and like I never will love a man. I mean, I have damn near, I love Louis Farrakhan too. He's like a father to me. But I had to put this book out, even at the risk of my brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam, and even the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. They might not even speak to me again, some of them, because of the truth that I had to write about what happened in this man's life. That's how much I love this man. I love this man so much that I have defied my parents. I have defied the Bar Association. I have defied my law friends. He got me into this black thing. He got me into this Black Power thing. I mean, I can go on and on, brother, but it's the greatest insult to me ever, brother guys. If you ever think that I'm involved in anything like that, even thinking something like that, you come kill me now, black man. But I'm gonna be telling you this, that if it's because it ain't true, when you come to get me for it, you're gonna, not you, but anybody else gonna die in the process. Because I'm telling you, that's one black man that I gave my life to, and I die daily for my Lord. I die daily for my Lord.
And one thing I want to say before I move to the next question, Malik, one of my favorite speeches was the revolution speech that you was in, and he actually told you to be a revolutionary lawyer. He said that, you know what I mean? So
yes,
I just remember that's my favorite speech. I play it every time in the morning, you know what I mean? And it gets my blood going, gets my revolutionaryism up. So yeah, I mean, I know he loved you, and I know he wanted you to do everything that you're doing right now. So far as with the
he would love you too. He would love you too, brother. He would love you too.
He did want you to be a lawyer. For everybody, all everybody got to do is pull that up. Seriously, he did want him to be a lawyer. But all right, so rest in peace.
Well, who do they want to represent? Let me try to get to this lawyer thing real quick. Who do they want to represent them? The white man? Do they want us to have white lawyers representing us?
I don't know. So
for the black nationalist community, we can't have no lawyers. Everywhere we go, we got to run behind Ben Crump.
And for clarification,
you can't get with a lawyer that knows us, that ain't embarrassed with us, that ain't afraid to roll with us, that's known as a black man. I mean, to me, this would be the biggest thing in the black 2A community. We got a lawyer that knows the business and he can fight for us. Right. I can't understand it.
For clarification, and this is for clarification because I'm tired of hearing it, Malik.
Come on.
I'm tired of hearing it.
Come on.
You're a civil lawyer, not a criminal, right? Because I heard you say it earlier.
I've tried criminal cases, though. I'm not a criminal lawyer by practice, but I've tried criminal cases.
Okay, so everybody, he's more of a civil lawyer. Can we say that or no? Because we're gonna keep on hearing this shit every day, and I'm tired of it. You know what I'm saying?
What are they saying? What are they saying? That what?
They say that should I asked earlier.
They said you don't do real cases, you don't do criminal cases.
How is it not doing real cases? I got a case, right? How is this not a real case? A black man in Indiana named Juwan Jones lost his life in Indiana State Prison last year. I've said nothing about it, but Momoji Ajabu gave me the case. I work on it every day. And every day I got to help. Case? Yeah, this is what's called a civil case. A civil case is when you pursue the damages for families that come about as a result of the death of their loved one.
Right.
Who is going to investigate and litigate the case of Juwan Jones dying in Indiana prison if MALIK SHABAZZ ain't a civil attorney? Who is going to investigate? Who is going to prosecute these cases? I mean, I need to be getting most civil cases from us. All of the
Right.
time y'all talking about the police, and these is all civil cases. These cases give me the power to subpoena. They give me the
Right.
power to get depositions. They give me the power to force the white man into court, to make the sheriff's departments and police departments give me all kind of privileged and confidential information that we could never get. I mean, I'm on the inside. I got crackers that got to deal with me that would never deal with me, just demonstrating on the outside. This is an enormously positive strategic position. Yeah, and I go after the win damages. What's wrong with damages? When I got the money for Darius Robinson, some millions, who was killed in the Oklahoma jail for Darius Robinson. Okay, well, his kids, he had 10 kids, and they got $100 and something thousand each. I mean, that was valuable, man. They lost their daddy. Each one of them had $100,000, and some of them got advice on me on how to invest it. What's wrong with that? I mean, we are sick people. Now, if you hear Ben Crump went out there, and Ben Crump went and the George Floyd case settled for $27 million. Y'all ain't got no problem with that. But if MALIK ZULU would do it, it would be a problem. But I'm the only man that's down with y'all. And if I ever had and would convert all that. I mean, they ain't talking crazy about Ben Crump. You ain't never seen Ben Crump in court. Ben Crump has never tried a police case ever.
Wow.
I have. He has never tried a police case. I haven't even seen, not disrespecting him, because I think he's opened the door for many Black lawyers. I've never seen a deposition, or out of court deposition transcript where Ben Crump deposed the police or the sheriff and put them under oath and questioned them. I ain't never read it. Matter of fact, most of the motions that I read, that the cases he was involved in, he never wrote them. I write motions. I depose. I've been to trial, done all the way to the jury verdict, civil trial, injury trial. And I keep telling you, the only thing that ever slowed me down from even doing more law is that I'm trying to wear two hats. And I guess I keep wearing them. I guess I keep wearing them, man. But it's a rough road, man, with everybody always second guessing what you're trying to do. And man, I just think it's part of our people. They just be hating too much. They just be hating. So go right ahead.
I'm gonna go to the next question. So everybody, y'all heard it, between civil and criminal, y'all guys make y'all decision.
Civil rights. Civil means civil rights. It means constitutional rights that hold people accountable. And keep your eye. If y'all think y'all want to see what I can do, watch me on the Emmett Till case. Watch me on Sam Dobbins. Watch me on Sam Dobbins' case. Watch me this Thursday with Umar Ali, the young Black man, the gun owner who was falsely arrested by Prince George's County Police, and they jacked him up. All of y'all that Second Amendment and own guns, this is a key case because I'm challenging the Prince George's Police on their whole procedures on how they handle people specifically who have firearms licenses. It's a very important case. I plan on changing the law in Prince George's County. Brother, a lot of guys that I do, I don't either have time to explain it or to really explain it. But there's a lot of I do that never ever gets out. And because I'm not trying to get out here and be in the camera all the time.
All right. We can go to the next questions, right? All right. Next big question. Okay, this has to do with I think his name is Steve, or I'm gonna say his name is Steve. He said that you set him up and the Panthers there with the gun at the store. Can we talk? Can we give clarity of them getting locked up or whatnot, and like the police came and then there was security for them?
You're talking about a brother that calls himself Stephen Biko. He calls himself Stephen Biko. He has another English name.
Let's get this story out, because this is one of the big stories.
We can quickly dispose of this. This case is about disobedience. And I'm saying that the guidance that I have is not from me. I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I get this guidance from either Louis Farrakhan or Khalid Muhammad or the history of the Black Panther Party is where I draw my guidance from. Stephen Biko was a young man who lived in Washington, D.C., and a young man or brother who had been in jail most of his life. All of his life, he had been in jail. So you got to remember, when he tells you something, he's got a criminal history that deeply weighs against his character. His criminal history means, like what's her name, Taharka, that they got a career of lying, officially being convicted for lying, robbery, and stealing. And then they come out here to this movement, and y'all don't even take that into account, that you're listening to actual convicted liars and felons, okay? Okay, so anyway, don't make no difference whether he's a felon or not. He's a Black man, say he's a revolutionary, so I'm trying to take him under my wing as my brother. And he gets to a point where I guess after Tulsa, Oklahoma, he is dissatisfied in, a lot of people in the Panther Party some in the Panther Party were dissatisfied in my embrace of other leaders. They didn't necessarily like my embrace of the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, my embrace of brother Nick Bezel, my embrace of, at that time, brother Amun Tekala Imhotep, the great warrior from Anubis. They didn't like my embrace of A.J. Frazier. So they started to get into competition, for power with my friends who I was supporting, but I supported them because they were real revolutionaries. And I don't view the revolution, brother Ghazi, as just a new Black Panther Party. I kind of view us as one, kind of like a coalition or a group. So I view it differently. I'm not just into the new Black Panther Party. I see me, you, Bezel, and us working together. So anyway, brother Stephen Biko, I guess they've started to feel threatened that things was getting away from them. They wanted the power. They wanted the authority. So when Akbar broke from my leadership, Stephen Biko was one of the men that was encouraging him and saying he would be with it. You know how they always get with you. Yeah, I'm going to be with you. Okay, so it was a weekend in North Carolina. And against my advice, I told Biko before he left, I say, brother, just meet with me. Whatever your issues are, let's meet with me. And let's just talk through it, brother, because I think you'd be making wrong decisions, running off to where you're going to and running behind who you're running behind. Because I know that you're running behind just a man that doesn't have that kind of experience, and you're gonna mess up your career. Most of the people that left away since Hashim and Zinga left and tried to either form their own thing or break away from my leadership, they have failed. They totally messed up their careers. Stephen Biko's an example. He was on his way to becoming the National Minister of Information for the Panther Party. He goes running behind Akbar. They get to the park and he getting to following his new leader, right? Well, somebody could have been a setup or whatever it was. Somebody say, well, man over here at the store, he didn't abuse me and jumped on me, and y'all got to come deal with it. Normally the procedure in the Panther Party is if they getting ready to take some strong action like that, somebody gonna give me a call and get my advice on it. So I can tell them, brother, go over here, do this, but don't do that. Do this, but don't do that. But no, you don't want my guidance. You don't want my wisdom. You don't want my leadership. You your own leader now, right? You big and bad. You don't need MALIK, ZULU, SHABAZZ and what he giving you from the Honorable Khalid Muhammad and others. Right. They take their behinds over to that store and they mess up when they get to that store. And they get caught up on some criminal charges of taking the man's gun and running off with the man's gun. And now you as your own leader is driving off in a van or something, driving off in a van, and the man who you got into it with the store or allegedly took his gun, he's following after you. And now you on the run. And they say, from what I've understood and watched, that when they stopped to search everybody, that Akbar had the gun that he carries, and he don't have no carry license, and that he took it off and he put it under the seat of brother Aaron, Aaron Kabaka, the name Aaron. Yeah, I'm almost certain. Yeah, Aaron Kabaka, and his wife, who's a nurse, who I respect, Brenda. That he took the gun and virtually planted it on the man so that he would get in trouble for his gun and that he would get away. Now to me right there, that's treason in and of itself. That's just, I mean, that speaks for itself. If you got a gun, if you holding, you take responsibility for it.
Damn right.
And so everybody got messed up. That they blamed it on the sister for a moment. Her nursing license got taken. Aaron, who was trying to follow, I told Aaron, I told him before you go down there with Akbar, I say, brother, you're gonna mess your career up. I say, you go following behind Akbar, you're gonna mess your career up. He don't listen. Where does he end up 24 hours later? He's driving Akbar in a van, him and Biko, he's busted on some gun charges. Akbar mysteriously gets away. How does he mysteriously keep getting away? When man with no driver's license, no gun licenses, and he always gets away. Okay, and so Biko lands in jail on some charges, and that's Biko's fault. That's Biko being hard-headed and following behind Akbar and not listening to me and thinking he knows more than he knows, and his ass got busted. Now, why was he out now? With all of them charges on him and everything, all of a sudden he's out. And when he's out, what is he doing? He's sneaking around the internet and going everywhere using 20 different names. And his main objective is Malik Shabazz, Malik Shabazz, Malik Shabazz. He's doing a straight counterintelligence program type of actions on the internet. What are we saying? When Hashim Nzinga was incarcerated in Georgia, the FBI came directly to him and said that we won't get you out of here early, but you got to give us information on Malik ZULU Shabazz and the new Black Panther Party. And Hashim stayed in jail longer because he wouldn't give it up. I'm here to tell you, sisters and brothers, that it's a policy here that if somebody has criminal charges either on them or they might be revoked and go back to jail, that they've offered a certain amount of people in this movement a reduction in their sentences, a promise that they won't step them back and take them back to jail, or promises that they won't prosecute them on what they could prosecute them on if they will work for the white man inside of this movement to get inside of it, undermine it, and stop it. And so Bikos mysteriously got out of jail. I don't know where he's at right now. But I mean, whatever happened to him, it's his own fault. And he's a lifetime goddamn jailbird. And what the hell does he know? I mean, you ain't been out of jail for 2 seconds because something's wrong with you. You have spent your life robbing, killing, and murdering Black people. The hell. And so it's just another case of some losers, you know. Next.
All right. And like I said, I'm just.
No, it's good. I wanted to get that. I needed to answer that. I like that. And yeah, they failed to follow my advice. I said, failed to follow advice, thought they could lead on their own, ran immediately into the ditch.
Okay, so we're gonna move past that one. So everybody can think about that. Boom, there it is. It's just a question. Now the next question following kind of that, they say at the Tulsa church that your security in the church was white supremacist, that you chose white people and white supremacists to do your security there at the church, and everybody was wondering why'd you do that? And the new Black Panthers that was there, they couldn't come in or something like that. And you had white supremacist bodyguards.
Right. Well, this what shows that Moorish World TV is essentially a counterintelligence operation.
No, brother. No. That had nothing to do. That didn't come from the Moors. That came from the new Black Panther Party members.
That's correct. And see, that's what I was trying to explain to you earlier, Malik. All of this stuff ain't coming from. I'm telling you, this
it's coming from them listening. It's coming from them watching shit. That's the only way it come from them.
No, Malik. No.
Who cares where it come from? Let me address it. Who cares the source? Let me address it. Show you just so, and y'all need to record this. Take snippets, okay? Because Malik Shabazz. Let me tell you this. Malik ZULU Shabazz is hard on the white man. Malik Zulu Shabazz does not have any white friends. Malik Zulu Shabazz don't have no white associates. Malik Zulu Shabazz don't deal with white folks. Matter of fact, I'm known as being hard on the white folks. And matter of fact, even in this Black Power movement, one of the main complaints was he's too hard on the white man, and we don't want to be called racist, and don't talk so hard about the white people. You think I'm gonna have that kind of reputation and this kind of belief system? And I'm finna go to Tulsa, Oklahoma, with all of these strong Black groups, and I'm finna cut a deal with some white people to secure a church?
Now that sounds crazy. That sounds
it does,
crazy
but let me. That sounds crazy.
But it came.
Let me answer. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened.
And it came from you know who told me this. You know what I mean? But it came from people within the organization that was there and they're not there no more. But I'm gonna say it. It comes. Well, let me tell you this, man. The job again of the United States government is to create dissension, diffusion, and dissatisfaction. Their job is to attack the credibility of my leadership so that you will say that he's all messed up, and all of this will begin to go in a different direction. Because the white man is on my phone, right? The white man on my phone like he's on your phone, right? And they know what we're bringing. They know that if we're successful in bringing about what I see on the screen here, Black Power Coalition, and this works out, it's going to be big trouble. That's what they're fighting against. So in Tulsa, what happened was the exact opposite. The church where we went to, which was a Black church and a major church, and historically AME church, and Sister Lisa Chris from Tulsa can bear me witness. The pastor, he was friendly at first, but when it got closer to Tulsa and they talk about Joe Biden coming, they had something going with the government was going to visit the church, or he talked to somebody and he began to take a totally different position against me and us, and he cracked down on us. He told me and Lady Freedom and others, he says that unless they bought tickets to this event 48 hours in advance, ain't nobody getting in. And we hadn't prepared no advance tickets. We hadn't done all that. We waiting on people to get to Tulsa and get to the door. So he said, and so we didn't challenge him on that. We said, okay, but we say, damn, this is messed up. I didn't get in town till that late Friday. It was Friday and Saturday. We had the church, right? So on Friday, what the pastor did, he said, man, all these Negroes coming in here with guns, and this is the Black Panthers. The pastor said, I'm going to go get me some white militia security to defend against Malik Zulu Shabazz and the new Black Panther Party and all these Black groups. So the pastor went and hired him an independent white militia to defend the church, to make sure that we didn't even get in, or if he was challenged, that he could defeat us. And so there was like 3 or 4 people in the church on Friday. I wasn't even there because they had all this security, and then the pastor brought him white crackers to secure us and to secure him. I had nothing to do with it. And I'm on the phone seeing what the hell is going on. Then the next night, Saturday, he just said, forget it. He just shut the church down. He took my damn money on both nights, took all my money, hired some white security, either froze us out or put us out the church. Right. And left me in the position where I had to come in town. And I guess they was trying to get me to go off. I guess if we do all this, I know Shabazz ain't gonna take it. He's a freedom fighter. He's gonna come over here and kick somebody's ass, or it's getting ready to go on, right? And on Saturday, I was pissed. You can ask Brother Nick Bezel. On Sunday, when I was out in the Tulsa festival, I went to the door of the church. I hadn't even been there since I heard he had put us out. I didn't want to run no conflict. I know Brother Nick Bezel, and we was all working for something good. We didn't want to have no mess. But still, when I walked by that church on Sunday, the Spirit of God told me to go to that damn door to speak to that preacher about putting us out the church and hiring these crackers. Nick Bezel was right there. I was toe to toe with one of them big devils. Right at the damn door, he had his AR-15, and I told him that this is going to be the worst
nightmare of your goddamn life today. And I was right up on his AR-15. And I told him it was going to be the worst nightmare of his goddamn life today. And go and get that preacher and move out of the goddamn door. And they went and tried to find him, but he never came. And it started to build to a confrontation because I wasn't scared of him at all because I'm on him. And since I'm on him, I can grab the AR since I'm on him.
Right.
And I'm strong enough to do it. So what I'm saying is, my brother, then I saw Nick Bezel and I said, man, I don't want this to make our people look bad, our movement look bad. I don't want the news to come out that SHABAZZ got in a big fight and the disruption at the church. So I said, man, I'm going to take the loss. Y'all take my money. Y'all embarrass me and hire these crackers and all of this. And guess what? For the sake of the divinity and the dignity of what we're doing, I'm just going to take a loss and try to get my money back later. On no circumstances, my brother, have I ever worked with any white security at all. I'm nothing, and none of that could be further from the truth. Those white security were hired by the church against me to stop me. And that's what actually happened.
And I'm gonna say this one time, because once again, I just got a message while you're talking about it. And for clarity, while this is
on the phone, give me 30 minutes. I'll call you back. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
And for clarity, while we recording, because I just got a message saying that you signed off on it. Just say you did not sign off that security being.
Sign off on what? Sign off on what?
Read the whole message, guys.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Malik. It's not.
It's always hearsay. See, what you think I got to understand is from hearsay means a statement that you heard somebody else say. There's very little direct evidence that comes. It's always a part of a rumor or what somebody said or what somebody said. But tell me what was said.
All right, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna move on to the next thing. I only got two more questions left, and
that's fine.
And I'm gonna hop off. Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
All right. He said that's full of bullshit. Malik signed off on that shit. From what I was told by my people who was boots on the ground, because I sent the team from Mid-Atlantic to Tulsa, who was reporting to me everything that was going on.
Yep.
All right. Well, here's somebody that can't even get gas and can't go nowhere. Talking about he's sitting somewhere in some Mid-Atlantic. And it wasn't no sign off on nothing because ain't nobody never meet the preacher. I never saw the preacher. Matter of fact, I didn't see the preacher who ran the church till I went back I didn't even see him. Matter of fact, I've never met that preacher. I pressed him for my money 4 months later and got it. I never met the preacher. So sign off on what? So fools sit down. Whoever wrote that message, fools sit down.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next one. Because like I said, I'm not interrogating. I'm just giving you the questions.
No, I like, actually, Brother Ghazi, you one man I'm interested in. I want you to know that you're dealing with an authentic man. I need you to know that. You know why? Because I'm depending on you to carry this mess forward.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna move on to the next question. This is not from nobody. This is a personal question for me. And like I said, I'm young. I don't know all the history between you and Aaron Michaels, but is there a possibility that y'all can talk it over, unify, and come to an agreement to run the new Black Panther Party? You know what I mean, between both of y'all. Because it seems like and I also got asked another question with Aaron Michaels. Do y'all believe he's a federal agent too because he had federal contracts, or that was the rumor saying he was working with the police and the feds? I don't know if that's true. Then when he got on it, he said it wasn't that. So, and some people said he's a good guy. Some people said he's not. But besides all that, the truth of the matter is, if he's not a Fed, if you're not that, or whatever, could y'all work together and bring the Black Panther Party together, or is that ship sailed?
Seems like that ship is sailed, but not because of me. Okay, let me tell you, I'll give you a little history on it. Most people don't know the history. Okay, so Brother Aaron Michaels, who did start the new Black Panther Party in the late 1980s, and he made some good local progress into the early 1990s until I met him, which was in the summer of 1994, after Khalid Muhammad had received an assassination attempt. Brother Aaron, we met with the new Black Panther Party, and that's when we began to gain armed comrades, okay? And I got many good pictures. Wow, I wish I had it. Anyway, I don't have it here now. And so, you know, I never had a problem with Brother Aaron Michaels. Aaron Michaels' problem was with Khalid Muhammad. I need to let everybody know here that if Aaron Michaels has had a problem, his problem was with Khalid Muhammad. His problem only develops with me is because I merely continue the work as assigned by God and Khalid Muhammad. Right. Aaron Michaels in around the September or even earlier, August of 1999, Aaron Michaels quit the New Black Panther Party. Hold on 1 second, boss. My daughter's thinking she's gonna call me 1,000,000 times and force me on the phone.
And I only got one.
No, I got to answer that. We need to get this on record. That's a critical question. Let me just tell my daughter to stop calling me over and over again. Just request it. Did you request it? All right. And that's the only one that can immediately beg me for some money, and I'm gonna give it to him without fussing. It's my daughter. She deserves it. Now, Brother Gazzy, Brother Aaron Michaels had a problem with Khalid Muhammad, and Aaron Michaels, he quit the New Black Panther Party in the summer before Khalid Muhammad passed in February of 2001. Brother Aaron Michaels quit the party. He sent Khalid Muhammad a certified letter, and the letter told him that he was quitting the party and that he was demanding that David Foreman, it's all in my book, the book of Khalid, that David Foreman take his place as the National Minister of Defense. During that time, there were some other members in Dallas, as I write in my book, that they went around, because Khalid Muhammad had expanded the party rapidly everywhere. Well, they were doing him the way some of them are doing me right now. They was complaining and moaning and nitpicking Khalid Muhammad as he built the party nationwide. Also, Brother Aaron Michaels and some of those, Brother Robert and those who he were organizing with, they were really not Black nationalists. If you ask Brother Aaron Michaels, brother, what is your ideology? He never has stated that he was a Black nationalist. Never has stated he's under the red, black, and green. Matter of fact, when he's done an interview, one of his criticisms, he said him and Khalid first, one of their early arguments was that they wouldn't work or admit a brother in California who was a Panther who had a white wife. And Khalid Muhammad came to the leadership of the Panther Party, which he was elected. He was elected by Aaron Michaels and all of them to be the leader, and that was the wise choice because they were a local operation. Khalid Muhammad was very strong nationally, but they fell out over because Aaron believed that I think Brother Kwaku Duran that you could be a Panther and have a white woman, have a mate. Khalid Muhammad was changing all of that. Khalid Muhammad was a Black nationalist. I don't know if Aaron has ever been a Black nationalist. I know Robert is not a Black nationalist. And Khalid Muhammad comes from a spiritual base of Black liberation theology in the Nation of Islam.
Yes, sir.
One of them parties I named is an atheist and so forth. So they started having problems with Khalid Muhammad's everything, his religion, his teaching, his influence. And so Aaron quit the party as it was growing right in the early days. Okay. As a point of note, here I am, the people that Aaron Michaels wanted appointed, Khalid Muhammad really, Brother Desert Eagle, he didn't trust them. But because I knew that if all of the Dallas members that were with Brother Aaron, if Brother Khalid isolated them, that wouldn't be good for the party. So we had a summit after Brother Aaron quit, and Brother Khalid was angry at those men that had been undermining him. Still at that summit, October 2000, the last summit of our leader, I worked hard to bring those, David Foreman and all of those in Dallas, to bring them in. embrace them instead of going against them. And for many years after that, I worked with David Foreman and Robert Williams for many years. Okay, so what happened? When Khalid Muhammad passed, Aaron Michaels is gone. He didn't quit the party. They say it was because his wife was on death row, and that he couldn't be that high profile. They were going to deal with his wife, or later on, we saw him with Homeland Security and some kind of operations with Homeland Security or whatever it was. I have never said that Aaron Michaels is an agent or whatnot. I just don't think Aaron Michaels is a committed Black nationalist. I don't think he's a committed person. How do you just leave the struggle for years and years and years and years? Okay, and I've spoken to him. Now, don't think that me and him ain't had times to sit down, and he ain't never had nothing to say. When Khalid Muhammad passed in February of 2001, I went right to Dallas, Texas. Just the way y'all see me moving around now, I moved around there. Me and Hashim and Zinga, we went right to Dallas, Texas. Aaron Michaels, we found him first in the afternoon. He had his jaws tight. You know how he has that look when his jaws is tight and puffed up and he's mad. He's always mad. He's always mad about something. I don't know, he seemed like he's just a frustrated individual. May be frustrated. Don't make no difference to me. We come in, we the party, you Aaron Michaels, you the founder. We want to know, is you trying to organize? What is your position? Is you trying to be against us? We sat with Brother Aaron Michaels a few months after I came in the office, me, Hashim and Zinga, David Foreman, we sat with Brother Aaron Michaels for some hours and hours. Nah, he ain't indicate nothing that he was willing to do this work. He only complained. He complained about Cornell X. He complained about Khalid Muhammad. And he never says nothing definitive or nothing strong. We went on after that and met with the whole Dallas chapter, which was very strong at that time, met with all of them. They pledged their allegiance to our administration. David Foreman was the National Minister of Defense for several years. Brother Robert Williams, others down the line, we give praise to God for them. Brother DK, Brother Osiris, and the other Texas legends that we struggle with. On seeing Aaron Michaels for years. He came around once again against the Gina 6, 2008. He'd come hang out for a minute. He'd hang out, he'd have his jaws real tight or something. No, he came to one of my summits, 2007. He came up there trying to be big and bad one year, had a national summit. He came in there with his jaws tight and came in with some of his men to the summit armed. Well, we had armed men too. So that wasn't nothing. And so, but when we meet him, I'm not going to take long. I give you the history. This is, I don't speak. They speak on me. I haven't spoken on them. But
no, you good. You good, Malik. You good.
So let me tell you what happened. So we came to the summit because David Foreman is quick. He came in, I guess, so we want DK to be. He asking me. I mean, he obviously he knew he respected my control of the party. So he comes to me at this particular confrontation in 2008, and he wants DK, who was killed in Dallas, my good brother DK, he wants DK to be the Minister of Defense. And because David Foreman was leaving. And what did we do? We relented and allowed DK to be the Minister of Defense. Why? Because politically, I'm saying that Dallas founded this party. No matter how strong it gets in Washington, D.C. or Atlanta with Khalid Muhammad, me as a political scientist and an organizer, I know that I should keep the base intact, keep the base as part of the leadership because I'm inclusive. Aaron Michaels never wanted a part of the Panther Party. He never has expressed that. So all of these years go by, he ain't doing nothing else in the Black community, nothing. And so I don't even know what his position is today. I mean, it's 2022. I ain't seen him doing nothing. If he wants to sit down with me and talk about anything as it has been, and I've sat with him face to face, eyeball to eyeball, nose to nose, many times I'll do it. That's no problem with it. But I'm not abandoning Black nationalism. I ain't abandoning Black power. And I'm not abandoning what God has given to me. Look, the bottom line to it is that ship has sailed. As the history and God himself and the ancestors have placed me in the position where I'm in right now, you know, and that's just how it goes. For better or for worse, I lead the new Black Panther Party.
Well,
If
you know,
anybody
the
wants to work,
word
if
is that
anybody
he's
wants to
coming
work
back,
with
though,
me,
right?
if they want to work with me, my line is open.
Well, you know, the word is that he said that he's coming back for his leadership in the party.
And that would be as boring to me as going to sleep yesterday, because I ain't seen, I mean, it's just boring. It's just no threat to me. He's not a good organizer. He's not a good speaker. He's not even really committed to our people.
Well, what I would say is this, Malik. It'd be good probably if y'all just have a good conversation, because it's all about Black unity, Black love, and we just trying to
He's
evolve.
not about that, brother. I got to be honest. That sounds good in theory, but that man is not about that. That man is deeply envious of me.
Right.
That man is deeply jealous of me. They thought like y'all, like some people think, that I'm either some attorney and I'm not the real deal, so it's all going to dissipate and fall apart under me. They drastically underestimate my commitment and my role in Black nationalism. What they are is now they frustrated. They thought that I was gone off the scene. To see me still on the point for Black nationalism is frustrating to him. If he wants to talk to me, he has my number, but I don't think he has any plans. He doesn't organize or help Black people.
Well,
He doesn't have the talent, and he doesn't have the dedication.
I'm just gonna end it at, I hope y'all do talk and get it together. That's
Anytime.
how in Black love and Black unity. So I'm gonna move to the
anytime, for the record, anytime, I'm always open for negotiation with anybody. I don't think I'm off limits for talks, not negotiation. I don't think I'm off limit for talks with anybody.
Right. Because a lot of this be misunderstanding and miscommunication, to be honest with you. There's a lot of people that get in between this and say that. And like you said, COINTELPRO, counterintelligence, a lot of that stuff is going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It plagues this whole thing, what we got going on. This little thing.
Okay, well, I mean, he quit the movement. He had major problems with Colin and me.
Right.
But out of respect for what he historically did many years ago, I will always have my door open.
Let's end it at that.
Yes, sir.
Now, next one, and this is what the people's asking, and then I'm gonna end it after this one, okay?
Sure.
Crystal Muhammad, did you rob her position?
Did I rob her position?
Yes. They said you robbed her position, and it was supposed to be her. She's supposed to be the actual leader of the whole thing, and you just took it away from her.
No man can take away from any person what God has for them. If God has it for you to be the chairwoman or the leader of the new Black Panther Party, then you're going to do that, and nothing that we can do about it. And if I'm not the proper leader over the new Black Panther Party, it's not going to work out. None of this works out by the hands of man. It's divine. Now, you make an important point. You say that I dethroned her, but I have done nothing against Crystal Muhammad. I said nothing against Crystal Muhammad. Many things have been said about me, and many things have been said to me, but I never said nothing against her. I'm a student, my brother, in this sense, of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I just go about doing my work without having to attack others personally, and I just do about the work. Crystal Muhammad is my student. Crystal Muhammad, I found as a camera person in Houston, and had been affiliated with the Nation of Islam. And I found Sister Crystal and brought her into the party and empowered her. Later, at some point, I guess Sister Crystal Muhammad became dissatisfied or believed that she knew better than her leadership. So that in 2013, when at the point in time when I knew I had to make a transition from the Panther Party, that'd be clear that I had dealt with what we're dealing with right now for 13 straight years. And I knew that it was time for fresh leadership, a fresh face, and that I would remain in the Panther Party, but that Hashim Nzinga would be the leader. Kind of like what Brother Omar Wale doing right now. I remained in it. Crystal Muhammad had other plans. She said, well, Brother Hashim, your chief of staff, he ain't going to be the leader. I'm going to be the leader. Crystal Muhammad self-declared herself to be the leader of the Panther Party. And I mean, the history is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and knock Sister Crystal. I think Sister Crystal has had courage. I think she's had courageousness. And I think she's made a number of errors where people did not follow her. Remember, I'm not even the chairman of the Panther Party. I'm all in the Black Lawyers for Justice. It's Crystal Muhammad who is with Babu Omawale. I've seen her in pictures with Taco, Wolverine, Shakur, and they all working in Texas together. But some point in time, her actions as a leader ended up alienating, pissing everybody off everywhere. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't have nothing to do with her alienating the Huey Newton Gun Club, alienating the Nubians, alienating all of the Black, alienating even her own team, or even her own central committee had left her. So what it is, brothers, there's got too many self-made generals out here.
Yes, sir.
She's a good soldier. She's a good soldier. She's a good soldier, has leadership skills, but she has a leader. Okay, everybody out here that's going out here carving a patch, saying they're a chairman, a leader, and a general, self-made, proved by their own actions whether they are successful at it or not. I don't have to tell you whether they are qualified. Their actions show you.
Yes, sir.
If she was the legitimate chairperson of the new Black Panther Party, it would be no room for me to operate. I would have to sit down. People beg me. Talk about people. People beg me to come get control of this. They say that people done split the Panther Party in 88 different directions. They done made this club, that club, and all of that, and they done made a mess out of this. That's why I was loath to get involved in this. When I was on the set, it was the new Black Panther Party for self-defense and Black nationalism, and it wasn't but one or two small little groups. That was no problem. It was the new Black Panther Party. Now it's a bunch of mess. The only thing I said, and I say it again, out of all of them split ups and breakups in the time of Crystal Muhammad, the only one of them groups that showed that it has staying power till today is the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. And I say that comes from God. That comes from a divine revelation that we need to be better trained and more defensively prepared. And that's why I say that whatever Babu has done, he's a former new Black Panther.
Yeah,
but whatever he done, it comes,
Babu.
General Babu Omawale.
Babu.
He's a former new Black Panther, but he comes about in all of this split ups.
Correct.
But the Huey P. Newton Gun Club comes about, and I'm telling you, I couldn't be more impressed. And I couldn't be happier with those sisters and brothers and what they're doing. I couldn't be happier with the Elmer Geronimo Pratt Gun Club, which I believe is inspired by the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. I know Brother Amun was a lieutenant at one time for Crystal, and he got, I guess, she couldn't hold nobody. She couldn't hold nobody. So all of this, and the worst thing about it is, and I give credit to the People's Political Party. People's Political Party is a good group. They used to be New Black Panther Party under Crystal Muhammad. I don't know what happened there, but I do know that Sister Amina Oshun and Chairman Nat Turner, and I know the People's Political Party, I respect. I don't even have no disrespect for Crystal Muhammad. I've never said nothing negative about Crystal Muhammad. I've never went on and counted all of the stuff she put up on the internet and said about me. But anyway, she created a dangerous precedent. The dangerous precedent that Ms. Muhammad created was that anybody can take this patch of the new Black Panther Party, that anybody can take it and wear it and do what they want.
Right.
And that has caused more damage in this movement than anything. That has helped the white man more than anything. It used to be, Brother Gasson, that if you took the new Black Panther Party patch and you did something else with it or tried to disobey with it or make something else out of the new Black Panther Party, there was going to be a price to be paid. And
right.
nobody budged. When
right.
Crystal Muhammad got away with doing it, then the next man did it, and the next man did it. And so they went from her NBPP, and then they went to carving it up further. The SRNBPP or something, the Southern Region New Black Panther Party. They broke and made another patch with the design. Then they start breaking it down in the states, taking the Africa off the patch, and they put the state in the patch and call it the State Panther Party. And this one was the leader. And it all denigrated to tribalism and a lot of the mess we're doing today. And so to conclude, my dear brother, no, I have not moved to take it from Sister Crystal Muhammad. What I've done is I did what God instructed me to do. I resisted this, Brother Ghazi. Sister Adela, Brother Darrell Hawkins, the Minister of Defense for the Panther Party, others will tell you. I resisted being called chairman until I was forced to deal with a challenge on the leadership where I had to declare myself the chairman. I was more than happy to help run and administrate the party. And I was not seeking what I'm seeking right now. I was not seeking it. What happened was when they tried to seize and disrupt and break up the party and make the situation even worse, that God said, and the leaders here that work with me now said, brother, you got to step up, chairman emeritus, and be the chairman. Otherwise, this thing is gonna be destroyed. And my dear brothers, as I conclude, where would we be? Let's just say I wouldn't have did what I did. Let's just say I would have just looked out after my own interest, or I didn't want to deal with this. Well, Black Power Coalition and you and Ghazi and Brother Desert Eagle, well, y'all wasn't hooked up with Babu and Nick Bezel and all them. I mean, y'all seen them from a distance, but Grandmaster Jay told you, don't mess with them, don't be around them. It's MALIK ZULU SHABAZZ that is forcing and pushing this coalition. It's SHABAZZ that's going and getting finding and wrangling with the Eagles and the Ghazis and bringing them with the Mike Paynes and the Nick. Well, shout out to Brother Mike Payne again. I love him. It's Brother SHABAZZ that has been weaving the Mike Paynes and the Desert Eagles with the Nick Bezels and creating the unity. All our coalitions and trainings and all this work. That's what I'm really doing, brother. I'm bringing about what I'm looking at right here on the screen. Your vision is what I'm laboring for. I just have the experience and the track record in the game to help bring it about. And also all of the shit that comes with it. But, that's just how it is, brother. I just do my work. I didn't ask to put anybody out of business. I didn't try to put Crystal Muhammad out of business. I didn't necessarily move to put King J out of business or anybody out of business. But I am saying that this is what the leadership and organization and function looks like. And I think I've done a reasonably good job. I've done a pretty good job because I just say I have. I've done a pretty good job. With what we have going on right now out here, I have to get some credit for it. Whatever potential you see for this Black movement, this Black United Front, this bringing of organization, whatever you see out here, brother, I deserve some credit for getting us to this stage. And that's really all I've tried to do, is to get us to unite and not embarrass ourselves and do something constructive for our people.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So,
me and her, no ill will at all.
I got one last thing and I'm gonna close it out. There's no more questions for me. But the thing that you said about Tahaka Bay and the Moors, I ask you this, Malik, can you please not associate the Moors, the Stones, and everybody? Don't let Tahaka Bay be the representative of all those brothers. Because we don't need to cause divisions between the Hebrews, the Islam, the Moors, or nobody, what I mean, that's Black. None of this tribalism needs to go on, because it makes it dangerous when you say something like that. So now, when you go to places like Chicago, where I have heavy ties at or whatnot, they look at us crazy, like, hold on, Malik just said, F all the Moors, they're traitors. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't say all that. No, I didn't say that. I said this. I want to clarify though. Let me clarify so we can get the tape. We're going to clarify here. The Moors if one amongst the Moors has the loudest voice amongst the Moors and appears to be speaking for the Moors and causing conflict between the Moors and the Black nationalist community, then I would say it would be primary amongst the Moors or the
well, there's
those
different
who
fractions. He's all the way in Baltimore. There's different fractions, just like
that
it
ain't
is.
far.
Yeah,
Just let me present my argument though. My argument to the Moors, all Moors, including what is it?
because you got to be careful what you say, Malik, because what you say is, you know, they look at us, the whole Black Power movement, going off of what you're saying, brother.
I want them, and
We
it's
don't
okay.
need that. We don't need that division. You know, we got Moors within the ranks.
Hold one second.
We have Moors within the ranks.
That's okay. You're making a good point, but I got a point.
Hebrews within the ranks. We got all these people within the ranks.
The Moors. Okay, let me make my argument here because I have many Moors and L's and Bays, my friend. I mean, all day. But the Moors have allowed, what they have done is they have allowed a man in their ranks to be their primary representative on social.
He's not the representative though, brother. He's not.
Okay, but hear me out though, because appearance is everything. Appearance is everything. I'm going to. I know what you're getting at, and I'm going to get to it. I have no problem with
them brothers.
My Moors.
I
have no problem. Just hear what I'm saying, brother. I've weighed carefully where I'm at with this question. The Moors have allowed Taharqa Bey to become their spokesman, and they're gonna take his words on their credit card until they stop it. Now that's my position.
Well, one thing,
Moors, I'm gonna be clear. Let me repeat it. The Moors have allowed Taharqa Bey to become their spokesman. They haven't stopped it. They haven't denounced it. And therefore, he has built his platform on their credit card. And he has created an environment where there's now general tension between the Moors and the Black Power community. Not that there weren't latent tensions. We always was getting flack from the Moors, my brother. Some Moors about Black. They would always be giving us flack about Black. It just never got to such a dirty, filthy, trashy level. And I would say it's not on me. I say it's on the Moors to deal with Taharqa Bey. Because as far as I'm concerned, he's speaking for them. I know he don't. But he's wearing that red hat and talking, so he speaks for them.
But I want to say this, and I would like to just end it at that. You know what I mean? So far as that, if you do look at his page, he's also debating with Moors, and he's going at it with Moors and different sets of Moors too. So he's not the spokesman of the whole. He's not the spokesman on all of them. So I got to give clarity to that. So there will be no Black Power movement versus the Moors. That won't happen at all. I got too many Moors. I got too many stones that's around me for that to even be possible. And it can't be possible. We met. Well, I mess around with Chicago, you know, and that narrative cannot be on me. You know what I mean? At all.
All right. Well, I want to say this. I want to say this to the.
And I can't be affiliated, you know what I mean, with people that's trying to paint that narrative that we at war with the Moors or anything like that. You know,
we ain't at war with no Moors. We have Blackstone Rangers as our friends. Blackstone Rangers is our Blackstones that are trying to do right. Those are our friends. All of those street tribes that are in the lineage of the noble Jew Ali, they are our friends. And I got many. Leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Got many. I'm just saying. No, let me say that I got many Moorish friends, and I'm hoping for peace and constructive relations, especially amongst the issues of sovereignty and independence. I love to sit down with them. I don't have no general problem with the Moors, but I do say that there's one amongst the Moors that's speaking loudly for them, and that I would recommend that they handle the problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We could just leave it at that.
Yes, sir.
So, and like I said, I'm happy that you answered these questions. You know, and like I said, we're trying to build these laws. We're lawing and drawing. You already know what we're doing. We're trying to build these universal bylaws, constitution, code of ethics, universal, and build this central committee, right, Malik? So we can governance this whole thing. And you know, I hope we just keep on doing the right thing. Was somebody about to say something?
No, go ahead. Conclude.
Oh, okay. I just hope we evolve the movement and stay on code and do the right thing, y'all. Like Spike Lee said. And
I appreciate you.
I love all y'all brothers. And I'm gonna let the questions go now for somebody else.
All right. So Malik, first of all, I want to say that was a hot round. That was a hot round of inquiry, but it's not over. Here's what we're gonna do. There's another guest of honor that has some inquiry for you.
Now, it's my last one too, because it's getting late.
Yeah. It's getting late, but I told him he has some questions, and I will just let him go ahead and ask the questions that he has for you. Go ahead, my brother.
Who is this?
General Talib Batunde.
No, don't bring him on here, brother, because I'm not finna cuss him out on this airway. Don't bring him over here. And he's asked 4 questions on the text. I don't want to see him right now. I don't want to see him.
I just want to ask you a question.
What?
You said you're open to the public, right?
No, not for you.
Why not?
I ain't got nothing to say to you right now.
Now,
can we get back to my conversation? No.
I just want to ask you questions.
No, I ain't taking no questions from you. Now get off this phone.
You can't answer no questions?
Not for you can text it to Desert Eagle. So I done heard 3 of your questions in the text already, brother. I'm done. I'm not being questioned by you.
In Washington, D.C., Karan Hilton. What happened?
I'm not being questioned by you. You come out the U.S. military and you ain't questioning me. Now get him off this line.
Hilton. What happened with Karan Hilton?
Get him off this line.
What happened with Karan Hilton in Washington, D.C.?
Okay, Eagle, is you gonna control your format or not?
I'm asking the question. The family.
I'm not. I told
you to be a lawyer.
I'm not answering. I'm not answering. I'm not answering your question. You ain't worthy to ask me no question.
This we're gonna do.
I ain't answering your question.
This we're gonna do. Because what we don't want to do for the participants that are listening and watching it on Facebook, all right. Talib, he doesn't want to answer the question. I did ask him the ones that you did send. I mean, he just meant to got rid of him and he cut him off anyway. So let's do this. Because it is late.
I think he answered enough questions.
Yes,
answered all the questions. Asking me about Kyron Hilton or something. Let's
just do this. Let's wrap it up by saying this. First of all, Malik, once again, because the very first time that I met you, it was during a forum just like this. People had issues with you. And they wanted a forum. That was the very first time we met. Do you remember? And even then, I was asked to moderate because everybody had all of these issues. And I would say, just as you did then, you did today. You took the questions, you answered every one. I do understand at this stage of the game, your frustrations are merited because, like you said, you're just tired of people questioning you and they don't understand your moves in the position of leadership that you're in. Cool. We don't all have to agree with the way that you move, but the fact that you understand what you're doing and you're saying that you're doing it under the guidance and seeking of the Most High in your life, and that you're doing it in the best interest for your organization and the people collectively, with the attempt to make the necessary bridges and unions with all of us out here in the fight, which I personally have seen you done. Ghazi have seen you done. First mobilization with you was in Brunswick. I saw how you did it. And every now and again, I'm like, Malik, you want the observation? And I gotta say, you was a stellar general in that time. Everything that you did. The only complaint that I had with you, I was like, damn, man, every time I turn around, somebody need a cash app from me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, damn, you cash apping everybody, man, chill out. But again, that was a testament to you giving, to your sacrificial nature as a leader. So I've been engaged with you as a brother, this, that, and the other. You've also, even though you were elder statesman, like you said, I think it was the first time in Brunswick with me, Nasir, and you was like, I defer to you brothers. You guys are the 2A, whichever way y'all want to handle it. I'm giving y'all the whole outside, whatever. Y'all do it. You could have been like, hey, listen, I'm the big kahuna here. Everybody going to march to the beat of my drum. But you shared the authority. You shared the authority. I've never seen you just be like carte blanche is my way or the highway, this, that, and the other. You've always been diplomatic or whatever. And so for the character of a brotherhood, I'm proud to call you my brother.
Thank you, brother.
No, and I gotta say, like, these inquiries, and this is where I get frustrated, because Ghazi would tell you, we're in these situations where everybody got so much to say. And then when the time comes to say things, nothing. It's like if you had all this accusation, all this bravado, setting Malik straight and putting him in his place, then where you at? We've been on this thing now for damn near almost 4 hours. There's been more than enough time for people to address whatever their issues are. The questions that came in, I think I asked every last one of them except for one. All right. The email ones came in, the text came in, I read them.
Well, and can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
And this is not being biased on nobody's side, but one thing I don't like about this movement, it's a very coward movement. Like I'm not really used to this. I'm not really used to this, you know. These people will say all kind of stuff about you, but get in formation with you. So it's kind of you call a person an agent, you call a person a rat, but you're on flyers with them and you're in formations with them. I mean, that's kind of weird to me. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, what is really going on here? You know,
but it is that man, I can
when you meet these guys in person, they do all of this tough talk on this goddamn Facebook and in these goddamn free apps. But when you see them in person, it's not like that. And they don't want to see you in person. They hide from you. They don't be where you at. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I put it to you like this.
I mean, it's just a very I don't want to talk bad about the movie, but this shit is ridiculous.
Let me say something though. Let me say something as I close here. I got to give out a number. Okay, let me just give out a number, then I'm turning it back to you. Mr. Ego, first of all, I respect you, brother, because you've always been fair with me.
Always.
The thing about it is you've always been fair with me. That's why I have the highest of respect to you. And I read Brother Ghazi and I study Brother Ghazi, and I know his intentions. I know Brother Ghazi's intentions and his idealism is in the right place. And so therefore, me and him gonna be fine, because what Ghazi wants to bring about, I have a role in what he wants to bring about, and he's the future. He doesn't have hatred, natural hatred. He's not in competition. You're not in competition. These statements are coming about as a result of competition. And I'm saying that to my own beloved people in this movement, that y'all should savor these moments carefully. Savor these moments, because they're not always going to be here. And this thing could be worse. You know, this could be worse. If General Babu wasn't around, and let's just say Malik Zulu said, well, look, I ain't finna put up with it. I mean, where would we be? Where would we would be in some bad shape. So I just ask y'all to, you know, don't see me as I'm not your competitor or competition. Yeah, I'm doing stuff. That's the way I am. Everybody that's been that way for years. I'm active. I'm finna act. Sometimes I'm going to ask you or tell you about it. Sometimes I'm not. We're going to have to talk about it later. Right now, I want y'all to, if you want to join the new Black Panther Party, I got thousands. I ain't lying to you, brother. I got thousands of numbers that have come through on 202-699-1046. 202-699-1046. I mean, thousands of numbers have come through here. I want to thank Sister Asada SHABAZZ, who's working in Washington, D.C., helping to contact all these people. Y'all come join me. Y'all come join the new Black Panther Party. Join the legacy of Khalid Muhammad. We trying to make sense out of this. We ain't trying to fuss and argue. We got a new newspaper, new Black Panther Party, national newspaper.
How often does it come out? How often does your paper come out? Where could the
paper comes out twice a year now? Should be out every quarter or month, but that depends on the strength of the members.
Where can people find the paper?
Man, we'll find. We're gonna just put it in your hand. Hopefully it'll be at the National Defense Convention. Okay, it'll next gathering. Let me tell you this, the paper, I'm not trying to separate myself from my members, okay? But I'm the visionary. I can put the paper together, buy the paper, distribute the paper, and all of that. And even if they go halfway or a third of the way they should with the paper, I've still ensured that the paper got out. I make sure that the paper got out. We have a newspaper. We have chapters in many different cities, and we have capable leadership. The new Black Panther Party is not perfect, but however, it's a decent place if you want to bring something constructive to it. And I hope the rest of y'all will try to, in these last days, will try to work together to solve these issues, because there's going to be a day coming where these same players are not going to be at the table, and they're going to be wishing. They're going to be wishing that somebody more level-headed was here. You can't drive all of your leaders out of here and expect to have them. That's just not going to happen. So, brother, I love you. I honor you. I believe that you're doing great by working through these issues. Brother Ghazi, to everybody else that's listening, I'll continue to serve to the best of my ability according to what I've been given by Brother Khalid Muhammad and my big brother, the Honorable Hashim Nzinga. And I give everything I got, just everything I got, so my people can be liberated, okay? Everything I got, but I ain't gonna be no fool and I ain't no voodoo doll. I am a man, and I'm not finna be thrown around like no goddamn rag doll, man. I'm trying to tell you, ain't nobody not finna carry me. And I got to go. Love you, man.
Hey, man, appreciate you, Malik. Once again, man, another one for the books, man.
Love you.
Salute, man. Love
Brother Ghazi, everybody else.
You know, you my dude. My dude, Ghazi.
I got you, man. I'm doing the best I can. With what I got, I'm doing the best I can. That's all I'm here for, nothing else. Love you.
All right, love you. Facebook, we out of here.
Black power, gentlemen.
Black power.
Black power.